Welcome back to the 2023 World Series of Poker. It is time for the final table of the $1,500 no-limit deuce-to-seven single draw, and we have an absolute stacked final table for you. My name is Remco Rinkema. Joining me today, the expert, Kevin Gerhardt, four-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, most notably the 10K Horse Championship event. Today's final table includes 9-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner and member of the Poker Hall of Fame, Mr. Erik Seidel, and then also Jason Mercier, 5-time bracelet winner and potentially first ballot Hall of Famer when this gentleman turns 40. Also in the mix, chip leader Brad Ruben, who has 4 World Series of Poker bracelets, and then 2 men that if you would have told me to guess, I would have said that, oh, they have multiple bracelets between them. But no, they have none. Mr. Mike Watson and Jon Turner. The name of the game, like I said, deuce-to-seven, no limit, single draw. Let us know in the chat if you've played this game before. Otherwise, Kevin is here to help us all out to learn a bit more about this wonderful and aggressive game. Kevin, give us some initial insights into what the goal of the game is and how beginners should look at it.
So the goal of the game is just like in deuce-to-seven triple draw. You want to make the lowest hand without a flush and without a straight as you possibly can. Aces are high. So you want to make 7-5-4-3 deuce. In this game, you're going to see a lot more tens or jacks or nines winning at showdown because there is only one draw compared to 3 in triple draw. You can see Brad Ruben opening up here with quite a monstrous hand, 9-8-7-5 deuce pat from the opening deal. Erik Seidel in the small blind going to fold his deuce 3-5 to draw.
Thank you, Bob.
I don't expect Jon Turner to continue here. Yes, so the name of the game is deuce-to-seven, no limit single draw. You can go all in on either of the betting streets if you so desire. I expect with stacks being the way they are today that we will definitely see some action pretty early on. There are not too many chips in play, but you know, like we talked about earlier, Mike Watson and Jon Turner, neither of which have a bracelet yet, so maybe ICM considerations are a thing with everyone at this final table. I'm excited to watch and learn as well from some of the best in the game.
Yeah, thanks again for being with us on today's broadcast. This event had a total of 548 players, which is absolutely insane. A few years ago, that would have seemed unthinkable. And the guaranteed payout right now is $31,100. And the winner of this event will take home $151,000. First thing I want to point out here, Mr. Jason Mercier has not been around much lately, very busy raising 2 young kids in Florida. But he went from the bearded man living in the cave to the Florida man living on the beach, you know, sort of the beach with the penthouse and all that sort of stuff, because Jason Mercier is looking sharper than ever, Kevin.
I don't think I would have recognized him if you didn't tell me that was Jason Mercier. I would not have guessed that the first time around.
I'm really digging the new look as Jon Turner raised it up here with a made hand.
With the same hand as last hand, 9-8-7-5 deuce. Quite a strong hand in this game. You are not going to break that very often. You got to have some specific read. I would like to give a shout out to our 6th place finisher from last night. I talked with Jon Turner, aka Pearl Jam, on Twitter about what happened last night, and Richard Ashby, aka Chuffy, old school legend, high stakes poker legend, has been playing the mixed games with us recently. Got involved in a 3-way confrontation with Brad Ruben, and Brad somehow managed to draw 1 card and make an 8-7 to knock Chuffy out to catapult Brad into the chip lead to start today.
Wow, and Brad Ruben, perhaps unknown to the average audience member, but already has 4 bracelets, which is pretty insane.
Yeah, and it's so funny. He's just come onto the scene, kind of like I have, but on the Paris side, they have old replays of WSOP main event coverage, and from like 2013 they did an interview with Brad Ruben. So he's been around the poker scene for a long time, but has finally found his footing in mixed games, it seems like.
Jon Turner has been around for many years, known as Pearl Jammer online. Same game we said from Mike Watson, Sir Watts. How important do you think it is for those 2 players in particular, you know, knowing they've had so much success, you know, for well over a decade, to finally get their first bracelet?
I mean, I was just told by John's girlfriend that this tournament catapulted John over 100 WSOP caches without a bracelet, and I think he has 15-ish final tables. This would mean the world to him if he could somehow manage to win this tournament coming in from the short stack at this point. We see a confrontation here where Turner raised, drew 2 on the button, and Brad quickly called from the big blind, which timing tells in this game are huge. They are massive. So I expect a lot of tanking, a lot of thinking, a lot of balance between how long it takes to make your actions in this. Brad Ruben called out of the big blind with a pair of 5s, discarded a 5, and drew the 10-9-5, and he has bet now 2 big blinds, and Turner calls with the jack, which is pretty standard, and Brad Ruben's going to take this small pot down.
Yeah, on the surface, this game might look a little bit static, you know, from like Jon Turner's perspective in this hand. You're sort of never folding, but you're sort of always also never happy calling.
Right.
But at the end of the day, it seems like a static game in the sense that, oh, your opponent draws 1 and bets, I'm never folding, let's move on and go to the next hand.
That's not necessarily true. There are so many live reads in this game, and you can make some really good hero decisions, whether you want to bluff raise, whether you want a hero call, whether you want a hero fold. There's so much pure poker being played at this final table, especially in this game.
So yes, only 2 betting streets. It is no limit, making it extra exciting. Still, though, you can play a fairly conservative style. This tournament had a pretty slow structure, almost 600 players, and even on yesterday's day 3, on the day on which this tournament should have ended, the eliminations were literally hours apart sometimes.
Yes, because of, like you said, so many record-breaking field, just so many entrants in here means there's so many more chips in play than anticipated. So a lot of these tournaments need to go to an extra day. So Wasi getting a walk in the big blind with a premium 1 draw to an 8-6. It's always a good feeling when you get a walk with like ace king in the big blind, but when you have a premium hand, you want to play some pots. One thing to note about this game is the big blind ante is bigger than in No Limit Hold'em or PLO. It is the combination of the small blind plus the big blind is the ante in this game, which drives so much action. You're going to see people try to raise and steal, mostly in position on the button in the cutoff, just so that they have a chance to win all that dead money in the middle. And being 5-handed, the action should be ramping up.
We're going to stream this final table until we get a winner today. This is our main event of the day, but of course the actual main event is right around the corner. Kevin, speculation is sort of rampant on the main event field size.
Yeah.
Today, the Super Turbo Bounty sold out before it even started.
Which is insane.
And then
it's so nuts.
There's tournaments all over the strip right now in sort of that 1K to 3K range that are also selling out in every single casino. Someone told me, and his name, he goes by the name of Matt Clark, that we might get 11,000 players in the main event.
Oh man, that's ambitious to say the least. I'm thinking maybe like 9,500. If we get 10K, I would be so happy.
So people in the chat, let us know what's your sort of expectation based on a lot of record-setting fields this summer. How many players we're going to see in the main event this year? I'm going to set my line at 10,500. I do think we're going to crack 10K. 11 seems to be a little ambitious, but just to see 5 digits on the screen would be absolutely insane.
So cool. It would be absolutely amazing. Imagine if the WSOP ever decided to put a 10 million for first guarantee on the main event.
They did that back in 2014 when Martin Jacobson won, and that happened to be a far lower turnout than anticipated, creating a really unbalanced payout at the final table.
Yeah, exactly. What if they could do it and have it be fair for everyone? I mean, if you could guarantee 10,000 people to buy into this, it would be absolutely amazing. Jason Mercier here with a absolutely premium draw to a 7. 7-6-3 deuce. If he catches a 4 or a 5, his hand is most likely going to win. An 8 is good, a 9 is good. So many cards for him to catch and give him the best hand. Let's see what Jon Turner wakes up with in the big blind. 8-5-3 2-draw, and from a min raise, I expect John to call and draw 2, but proceed with caution.
Yeah, as you can see at the top of the screen, we're playing 40K, 80K blinds with 120K big blind ante. Of course, giving John a good price to defend from the big blind. Drawing 2 cards. 2-card draw, not necessarily something you're trying to do in this game.
Right, but when you only have to call 1 big blind to win such a huge pot, there's 2 big blinds dead. Plus, if Jason Mercier raised it 2 big blinds, you have to call 1 big blind to win 5, essentially.
That's a good card for me. That is not.
Mercier picks up a jack and checks back when Jon Turner checked dark.
That dark one is just too unbearable.
Jason Mercier known for some good one-liners every now and then. We'll try to be quiet as the players get some table talk going. But I don't want you guys in the chat to be quiet. So please let us know if you have any questions about the game. If you have any stories to tell about how your World Series of Poker is going, whether that is perhaps some online play, maybe you've been on the live felt, we'd love to hear from you. And then also let me remind you to please like today's video on YouTube. It really, really helps us. Let's get to 500 likes. That would be a good starting point. We want to spread the word on this beautiful game. Kevin, like I said, this game has been growing just as though every mixed game seems to be growing.
This game is not only growing, this is actually one of the first games that was played at the WSOP. The story goes that back in the day, when deciding what to play as the main event, it was determined that it was going to be No Limit Hold'em, but in a close second place was actually No Limit Deuce to 7 single draw. Can you imagine everyone playing this game now instead of No Limit Hold'em? I wonder if there would have been an uprising. Brad Ruben raises here with Deuce 4-5-5, a nice 5 blocker in his hand, but he is going to draw 2 to the Deuce 4-5. Watson calling in position with his 9-6-4-3 draw.
Watson making the 9-7 low. Ruben pairing his 4.
Ruben has such a good bluff candidate here with his 4s, and he had a dead 5. He does decide to just check and shut it down, give it up. I don't know if he wants to clash with Watson. I think if he was against Jon Turner, a much shorter stack, he could play around a little bit and try to ICM crush. But with Watson having position and a much bigger stack than Turner, he's just going to play it straightforward and safe.
Watson fires out.
Pretty big bet.
Yeah.
Looks like 2/3 pot.
Watson bets 550K. Ruben quickly lets it go with his pair of 4s. And 5-handed action will continue.
A lot of times in this game, you play in flow, where the person in position, even if they weren't the aggressor pre-draw, will have the action checked to them more often than not. So that's what Brad Ruben did, especially drawing 2 against a 1 draw. He's trying to balance his entire range. He could lead some as a bluff, or he could lead some value. He decided to just shut it down there.
I was curious. Maybe it was.
That's crazy.
Okay.
So,
maybe they just wanted to, when they were that close, they want to make sure
they wanted to get 2 millionaires.
Yeah, I guess that's my guess, but
it's 1 re-entry in the
Millionaire
Deuce still.
again, they could have done it flat.
$10K,
No,
I think.
sure. So it does seem flatter than usual.
John, is there a re-entry in the 10K, dude?
Yes.
It's 2.
Oh,
2 entries. Just like this.
You can be in for 3 bucks. Oh, really?
I'm not sure that. I looked at it yesterday. I was surprised to see it.
Yeah, I'm
very
pretty sure it was
surprised to
1
see it.
for the past however many years.
Seidel finding what on the surface might look like an amazing hand, but of course his ability to catch a 5 to make a straight makes his hand a little bit less valuable.
Right. He has fewer outs to make the 7 with only the Deuce coming in. Jon Turner with an absolutely premium 8-5 3 Deuce draw has decided to wager all of his chips. Seidel made it 180K, and now he has to call 530 more to win 1.1 million. So he's getting 2-to-1 on his money, but when drawing to a straight, you're not very happy.
So Turner all in and at risk here if Seidel makes the call. Even though Seidel is drawn to a 7, Turner will have the better drawing hand with the 8-5 3 Deuce because all cards are live. just, you know, so we get this straight here. If Seidel draws 1, Turner can't keep the queen, right? His draw is too good.
He's not going to keep the queen. We've learned by playing this game over the years that a pat jack or better is an equity favorite against any one draw.
At least like an online event.
A queen is a slight equity dog. So when you're drawing to such a smooth hand as 8-5 3 deuce, you're not going to keep a queen. You want to try and draw and make a hand that you're happy with, that you can go to war with. Yes, you can pair. Yes, you can catch an ace.
And here comes Seidel with the call. All right, both players are going to draw 1 card.
Which one you discarded?
Turn him out.
Good luck, John.
See this huge break?
So
there?
John does have the deuce blocking
him a 5
Seidel
and
from
then
making the
so-
7, and Seidel folded the 4, which would make John an absolutely premium
7?
hand.
For real? All right.
Oh, wow. Seidel pairs his
Wow.
7, a 9 for Jon Turner. And the man who goes by Pearl Jammer is going to receive a quick double up here at the start of this final
Trade
table.
cards and still win.
I was talking about side sweating, especially in this game. Erik Seidel side sweated a 3 across, which means it's automatically a 6, 7, or 8. So only 1/3 of the time is Seidel going to make the winning hand in that spot by catching an 8 and making an 8, 7, 6. The other 2 times, catching a 7 or a 6 would pair him to give Jon Turner a draw at anything in the deck that is not an 8. That's a good feeling when you can catch any card in the deck
It's not a golf tournament,
except
you're
for
allowed to
3
do
of
that.
them. And we see Jon Turner doubled up, still the short stack, but up to 20 big
I think
blinds.
she should have screamed. Enjoy.
Plenty of chips to work with.
Let me get a chant going.
Yeah, we need some Pearl Jam lyrics from the rail.
Recruit some Brazilians.
I'm a big Pearl Jam fan, and there's not a lot of positivity to be found in those lyrics. So it might be
Yeah.
hard to get a good chant going
Right.
based off of Eddie Vedder's lyrics.
It is interesting that Pearl Jammer is known for wearing his Eddie Vedder, his Pearl Jam shirts, but he's wearing a Bet More, Raise More shirt, which is allegedly one of his friends is starting a company. Jason Mercier raising it up here with a premium 9-6-3 deuce draw. Does take it down. I really like Jason Mercier just raising the min. There's so much upside for him to just make it 2 big blinds. If everyone folds, you're just making such a huge profit on your investments.
The 10K version of this game is kicking off today. These players all probably eager to finish this thing off, maybe grab some lunch, and then jump into the 10K version of this tournament.
Yeah, and as we heard Jon Turner say, you could register that tournament up to 3 times. So we might see a pretty large field because it's not hard to get all your chips in the middle, especially in this game. You get a premium draw against a pat hand, and all the money can go in at any instant. Love this from Jason Mercier with blocking an extra deuce, even though he has a 2 draw. Making his min raise is just so powerful, especially in position. Watson giving up his pretty bad 2 draw, and Seidel with a 5 draw is just going to give it up. Jason Mercier just laying on the aggression. You don't even have to raise that big in this game. People will mostly play straightforward, especially at this point with ICM, with hoping Jon Turner busts out. And now Turner and Seidel are basically neck
Just
and
gotta
neck
get a
for
hang on
last
guys a little
place.
longer.
Still 20 big blinds
It's been a fun
apiece
4
there.
days.
But those big antes are going to
got
be a
28
factor
hours.
here as these stacks will dwindle quickly. If you're just tuning in, this is the $1,500 no limit deuce to 7 single draw. 548 players started this event. Compared to last year when there were 437 events.
Wow.
Last year, Max Coleman took this
Tell you
down
what,
at
I'll
a
take
final
us
table that also
5 against
included
any
Yuri
5 and then-
Zivalevsky, Mr. Nerd Guy from Brazil. And then the 10K deuce had
anybody wants to bet,
118
you hear
players
that shit.
last year. Brian Hastings coming out on top, beating a
guy
stacked
you
final
don't know
table
his
that
name?
included Eric Wasserson, Dan Zach, Sean Deeb, Marco Johnson,
Well,
and Helmuth, of
you're
course,
on the
falling
top
just
5,
shy of that
though.
final table in 8th
It's
place.
part of the bet, you know?
Kevin, what do you think?
All crushers. Jesus.
118
I'll
players
take it.
last year in the 10K deuce.
We made it. We made a
150
top
this
4
year?
list on day one,
150 would
and,
be such a
there's 2 people
dream.
here to
There's
say what
really
our
not
vote is.
too much else going on right now. Yeah, they have to finish up the
We made a
stud
top
8.
4 list.
There's a
in the
1K
tournament
Super Turbo
on
bounty,
day
but
one.
I really do
Like, we was on
expect
top
there
for
to
it.
be
You're correct. You were not.
150
Pretty
in
obvious.
the
Did-
10K
didn't
version,
know
which
that I
would
was,
be
good
fantastic.
I didn't know you were in the tournament. Or maybe I would.
I read late.
Jason Mercier raising it up again, once again. Just a min raise, but he has a premium draw, even though catching a 3 does make him a
Not too
straight.
much out there.
He does have a draw to any 7, 8, 9, 10 would give him a hand that he could go to battle with. Brad Ruben called. We don't know his hand yet. Jon Turner also calling out of the big blind with his. Sometimes you could break and draw 2. I really like this from Jon. You're out of position against 2 players, and you want to make a hand that you can fight with, that you want to put chips in the pot. If you make your 10, you're just like check calling and hoping you win.
And there it is.
Look at that.
Turner makes the
Oh,
987, but Brad Ruben makes a better 987. Cards rank from high to low. So as you can see on the 4th card, Ruben has a 4, Turner has a 6. Action checked to Brad Ruben. Turner, in a way, basically trapping here, drawing 2, making a 987, hoping to induce.
See, I think it's the opposite actually. I think with a 9876, you're just not happy because you lose to every other 9. A 9876 is kind of like making a good 10, whereas you're just check calling and hoping that your opponents are betting worse or that they paired up. You can see Jon Turner is kind of anguished here. Like he's not happy about potentially making a call, especially for such a big bet from Brad at this point, and with Jason still left behind him to act. If Jon Turner could find a hero fold here, I'd be really impressed.
Big decision here for Jon Turner. 1.6 million left in his stack. The bet is 375,000.
Yeah, it would take him down to 1 million chips, which would which would open the gap between him and Erik Seidel for last place. It's so many chips at this point. You could see he's not thinking about raising here. He is thinking call or fold. He does come with call.
Then again, really hard to make a strong hand in this game. Mercier misses. He catches an ace. That's going to go into the muck.
987.
I also have 987.
9874.
You could see, you could hear it in Jon's voice that
Wow. My God.
he was not happy about
Brutal.
getting pipped, basically. I mean, when you share the first 3 cards and lose on the 4th card, that's kind of a bad beat. But I think coming with call at that stage, it just has to be right. You have to call
I spotted the
375
same
to
card
win
twice.
1.1 million, and sometimes you're right and sometimes you're wrong. Does Brad bet a 10-5 or a 10-6 in that spot? I think so.
Yeah.
And of course,
So
Didn't
close.
like my chances when you said 987.
with Brad in position over there,
Still a tiny
also you got to give him credit for a few bluffs at
The
least.
dreaded tip.
I'm not sure. I think a bluff would probably want to bet a bigger sizing just to make sure his opponents don't want to call. He was giving a pretty good price. You're getting 3-1 on the end to call with a 987, which, as you can see, Jon Turner was not happy about, but ended up making the decision to call. There's a lot of little nuances in this game, and it's so much fun to watch these high class, high level players. Getting to see Mike Watson and Erik Seidel and Jason Mercier all to 1,500 final table. All these guys play 25Ks, 50Ks, 100Ks, 250Ks, and getting a 1,500 is such a treat for everyone.
Absolutely. We don't get to see this game outside the World Series of Poker, so please enjoy this. Even if you're new to it, there's a lot to learn here. And perhaps you can introduce your friends to this game because it surely is a lot of fun. We haven't seen much, 3 and 4 betting. We haven't
like your
seen
chances of
all-in
becoming
bluffs,
a
but it is a big part of this game.
Yes, it is. A lot of people have differing
I don't know
opinions
which
on this
version
game
we're playing, but you said
as to what short stack
Whatever version
actually
we're playing,
means.
you said
Some
it
people are afraid
I said it
of their
properly.
tournament life
I don't
with
know, low in the
20
middle, that would be bad.
big blinds. Some people can play a
Gotta
short
reverse
stack
it.
down to
Queens,
5,
9,
6,
6,
7,
king
8
up
big blinds.
We get
There's so
coffee
many
over here.
different ways to play this, and I don't think any particular way is more right or less right than any other way. I think
you're
these
about the only-
players
one of the only
probably
people up
aren't
there in the top
super
end.
ICM aware because of how high class they are in the
Was
pay jumps.
near
I
the
think
top.
they're just playing for the gold
With it.
bracelet at this point.
Withered away.
Remember that year where Mercier had the bet to win 3 bracelets?
Oh my God.
It was absolutely amazing, and just watching him make his third final table to get there, it was unbelievable. Jon Turner here, definitely raising this hand up, decides to just go all of it. Does have a good 10 draw. Is just hoping that he finds fold.
Wow, look at this.
Make it count, please.
Brad Ruben has Jack 10, 8, 7.
It's such a bad hand to call with out of position. I think he's gonna find the fold. Brad has such good mixed game sense and mixed game prowess that I think he's just going to lay it down. Like if you call and pat, you're not happy. If you call and draw 1 to a straight, to a 10, you're also not happy. Brad is just is too good at this point to risk this many chips. And he does find the fold.
So even though you're saying that, you know, a made jack is sort of the average pat hand you can go to showdown with, given this current scenario, he would need either a much stronger draw or a good made 10, a made 9. Where do we put that line?
Right. He would have to have at least a made 10 or a draw to a 9 at this point. Being out of position in this game is so detrimental to you that it's just not worth putting in that many chips with a pat jack. If you are in position and you have what we call a convertible jack, which means you raise, your opponent goes all in, you call. If they draw 1, you can stand pat with your jack knowing that you're an equity favorite. If they stand pat, you can break your jack to go for a much stronger hand to try and win at showdown. Erik Seidel here going to open this up with the 9-5-4-3 draw. Very strong. Can catch a deuce, a 6, a 7, and 8 to make a 9. Could catch a 10 to make a 10-9. Not having a straight draw in your hand is very powerful because it gives all of your outs. All of your outs are live. I wonder how Jason Mercier is going to play this hand on the button with a pat 10-9-8. He could call, and if Seidel draws 1, he could pat behind. He could raise, but if you get jammed on at this point, it's not a good decision.
And as they say, Mercier has a hand he cannot break because 10, 9, and 8 are all connected. So even tossing a 10 doesn't make his hand a whole lot stronger.
Right. Yeah. You're not really. You're just hoping that Seidel folds at this point to your raise.
Action back on Seidel here. Jason Mercier, by the way, getting tons of love in the chat from the people that are digging his new looks. And so far, the looks are paying off because he's getting Seidel to fold here.
Yeah, Jason Mercier using his stack advantage, knowing that he could put ICM pressure on Erik Seidel because Erik Seidel going broke in this hand is just so bad for him compared to Jon Turner still being around with a much shorter stack. And with most forms of poker, aggression and position are key. This is one of the best examples of any form of poker where aggression and position are key and will win you more chips than you know what to do with.
It's interesting to me how Jason Mercier basically disappeared from the live scene for quite a while to start a family, and he doesn't really peg me as the sort of hyper studying type of guy. To me, he's always come across as a hard worker who is very talented, has a keen card sense, and potentially has really good abilities as far as spotting live tells. To see him return to the scene and make runs like this immediately sort of confirms that, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's so awesome to have players like Jason Mercier, James Obst, players who were so revered back when I started playing poker, and that players that I looked up to, especially for their mixed game prowess, to be back in action and grinding away, especially at the 1500s. Saw Pearl Jammer raise to 175 with a 1 draw and take it down so huge for his stack. I mean, you're risking 175 to win 240 at this point, and you only have $1.2 million in your stack. That's a huge pickup without having to go to showdown.
Seidel and Turner virtually tied here for last place, both with 18 big blinds. Watson and Mercier in the middle with 36 and 32 big blinds, and Brad Ruben holds on to his chip lead for now with 68 big blinds in his stack. If you're just tuning in, please don't forget to hit that like button if you're catching us on YouTube and subscribe to our channel. We have tons more coverage to come of the 2023 World Series of Poker. We're close to announcing our full main event streaming schedule, and I can already promise you it's more hours than we've ever streamed of the main event, so that's going to be a blast. You better just take 12 days off your job and just glue yourself to the couch to watch all that coverage, because the main event, as always, is a special beast. And we're very excited to bring you both coverage on the horseshoe table to kick things off. And then, of course, in the later stages, have our full-blown production on the main stage.
Brad Ruben raising it up here. I assume he has a Pat Jack with what looks like to be in his hand, and he just ends up taking it down. Like you said, you don't see a lot of three betting at this table. We only saw one from Jason Mercier. It seems like players are opting to play more straightforward, not going for any bluffs, which is kind of what I expected. But like I said, some players think that 20 big blinds in this format of poker is short and just decide to gamble for all of it. Jon Turner losing his big blind and ante does put him in last place again.
Play open face?
Yeah, for fun.
Can.
I mean, we haven't. Neither one of us played open facing forever.
Yeah.
I stopped like a year ago.
Jason Mercier mentioning the game that many thought would be the next big thing, open face Chinese poker. He was one of the, I guess, biggest players of that game during its height. It's still being offered. I still see the cash games, but it's not nearly where it was a couple of years ago.
Right. One thing to note, this year at the World Series, limping is allowed in this game. You can call from any position at the table, where it used to be you had to raise. You had to come in for a raise. Jon Turner utilizing this, knowing that he only has to call 40,000 to win the 40,000 in front of him, the 80,000 in front of Mercier, and the 120,000 dead in the middle, with his pretty bad two-draw to a 10-6-4, blocking 2 extra 10s. And Jason Mercier with a 1-draw to a 9 decides to put max pressure and take down the pot.
Payouts of this event can be found in the description of the video. Appreciate everyone for tuning in. Mike Watson has been relatively quiet so far. He's a little bit handicapped by the fact that Seidel and Turner are shorter than him, but also he's also fine to just wait it out because he's in no real rush with a 30 big blind stack.
Right. I don't think these players, like I said, are too worried about the pay jumps at this point. All of these players have been here before. They all have experience at these final tables. They're just looking for one thing, that's number one and the bracelet to add to everyone's collection. I wonder if Mike Watson is going to continue firing these events, especially the small 1500s. I mean, is he the current best player without a bracelet?
I mean, has to be way up there.
Has to be. It has to be arguably Mike Watson. I'm not really sure who else is still in the running. We've seen so many top-tier players finally get rewarded for their years of hard work.
Mike Watson already on a stellar year. He has $3.9 million in tournament earnings this year alone, which is second to last year when he cashed for $4.4 million. So there you go. Mike Watson still crushing on the tour. $20.6 million in total earnings puts him 5th on Canada's all-time money list.
Wow. Jon Turner raising it up here with the deuce 3-5 on the button, and Brad Ruben calling out of the big blind, drawing one, does make his 10-8, 7-4 deuce. Interesting to see out of position Brad Ruben checking his 10-8-7, whereas we just saw him in position betting his 9. Almost the same hand, very close, and Turner checks back with his king to give up. I think Brad Ruben might be the most likely at this final table to just play straightforward ABC poker. I don't really know if he's comfortable in this game enough to get out of line, especially with his big stack. He can really bully Jason Mercier directly next to him, but maybe he's just opting to take the safe route.
I always get there, so it's really not much thinking.
Making hands, as Brad Ruben is referring to, definitely crucial in this game. It's
Yeah.
a showdown heavy game.
Yeah.
If you're just tuning in and you're new to this game, the goal is to make the lowest possible combination. Aces are high, flushes and straights count against you, so the best possible hand is 7-5, 4-3 deuce. You want to be drawing one card preferably, or ideally no cards at all. And in some scenarios when the price is right, especially calling from the big blind, you could be inclined to draw 2. But it's a very different game than a triple draw, the limit variation, in which you get to draw 3 times. You just have a lot more time to build your hand. And in this case, Ruben has a made 10-8.
Yeah, I expect him to raise at this point. It's a pretty good 10-8 with the 10-8-5. And we've seen Jason Mercier be quite active. Brad Ruben really should be putting his chips to work.
630.
Putting as much pressure on Mercier as he can. I don't know how much they've seen of each other. I mean, they've obviously played a ton of hours together in this tournament, but maybe Brad Ruben just respects Jason Mercier too much.
Yeah, and so far no one really getting out of line, no one
No.
trying to be overly aggressive.
Right. Yeah, we've seen very straightforward play. Jon Turner thinking about folding a 9 after a draw is showing how much he respects Brad Ruben in his game. Brad Ruben over 6 million chips. Almost has everyone else at the table covered.
Yeah, 45% of all the chips in play. There's 13.7 million in play. Average stack currently 33 big blinds. Seidel, by the way, going for his 10th bracelet. He's been close
Crazy.
before, but it would be epic if he manages to pull that off.
That would tie him with Ivy, right?
Yes,
I
it
think
would.
Ivy has 10. I think Johnny Chan has 10. Not very many people with double digits, that's for sure.
It's Doyle, Johnny Chan, and Ivy. They all have 10.
Yeah,
And then Helmuth has 16.
right.
And then there's a lot of players from our current sort of era that are in the 6 to 4 range.
Right.
And all those guys are looking to keep adding to the total and ultimately join that group of 10-time bracelet winners. Meanwhile, Mercier raising it up with the Jack-8. Watson calling with the 10-7 made hand. And Seidel has a 10-9-8. So from Seidel's perspective, are we shoving here?
Yeah, he does decide to go all in with his 10-9. I don't think Jason Mercier is going to draw with his open-ended straight. He only is drawing to a deuce or a 3 on the low side and a 10, which doesn't really make you feel good post-draw. So I think Jason Mercier is going to give this one up with his Jack-8. Watson, though.
Wow, what a spot for Watson.
Yeah, he's playing pretty tricky. I think he just wants to avoid playing the big pots to use his skill edge later on in the tournament.
But for Watson in this situation, we can all see he has the best hand. But if he decides to call, it's probably likely he's drawing to a 7-6.
I'm not sure. I think Watson, with his 10-7, he might decide to call and pat and put the onus on Seidel. You know, maybe make Seidel break something that he shouldn't, or maybe make him pat something behind that is drawing dead. I expect there to be decisions and time taken by both of these players so that they come out with the right decision.
So it's not just about the decision on his hand, it is also about how his decisions lead to Seidel making a different / wrong decision when it comes to how many cards to draw.
Right, exactly. And we're going to see a lot of...
Oh, here we go. Watson makes the call, he stands pat, and now Seidel with a decision.
You see Seidel wincing after Watson calls and pats. And now Seidel is definitely put into the blender here. He needs to decide, is his 10-9-8 good? Is Watson calling out of the small blind against a Mercier raise with a jack, or somehow a 10-9-8-7? I don't think so. I think Seidel is going to come out with the right decision, which is to draw 1 here. Can he get there?
Tough spot for the 9-time bracelet winner. He's asking himself the question, what kind of hand does Mike Watson stand pat with? And can I beat that right now, or do I need to improve? If I need to improve, do I toss the 10?
Right. One good thing about Jason Mercier being the initial raiser and Watson just calling, I think if it just goes raise from Watson, all in from Seidel, pat, Seidel is more inclined to pat at this point. But I think since Mercier was the first one in, he's more inclined to break his 10 and draw to the 9-8. Maybe he's thinking about drawing 2 to the 8-5-3.
But then, so my argument against drawing 2 is the fact that if Watson has a made hand that would beat a 9-8, then he'd be very likely to 3-bet because out of position, Mercier's going to see him pat from the small blind on that first draw, and that's going to change that whole dynamic as far as how to get value from Mercier if this were to be a heads-up hand.
Right. So Erik Seidel is taking all of this into account at this point, and it's such a tough decision in his shoes. A 10-9-8 is not really a good hand to go up against a pat hand with, but it'll be really interesting. I'm sure Erik Seidel will come out with the right decision. He's just so good at poker.
So Erik Seidel deciding here for his tournament live. If he stands pat, his tournament is over. He needs to draw in order to give himself a chance to improve, and this is where this hand becomes so complicated. Like, so which hands does Watson have right now, given the circumstances, that Seidel can beat?
A jack basically is all he can beat at this point, and I don't think if Watson's calling out of the small blind against Jason Mercier that he's going to stand pat with a jack. I mean, a 10-9-8-7 is really unlikely because you have a 10, a 9, and an 8 in your hand.
Of course, if Watson had drawn 1 card, Seidel would have stood pat right away.
Right. A 10 is a pretty big equity favorite against a 1 draw.
Watson right now. Oh, there it is. There goes the 10. Great decision making from Erik Seidel.
Yeah, perfect. Keeping his tournament life alive for now. Does he find a deuce, a 4, a 6, a 7? No.
Supposed to show it.
Oh, you're supposed to show your 4. But I don't know.
Erik Seidel not going to sweat it. He is going to show his cards. He draws a queen and is eliminated. So despite making the right decision there on the draw, Erik Seidel, the 9-time bracelet winner and Poker Hall of Fame member, the first player to get eliminated from this final table.
Trap.
Yeah, he might only be a 35% favorite to improve his hand and win at that point. But the impressive part was him finding the break with the 10.
He would have won.
You know, a lot of players, when they see a hand like that, probably just go pat, and their tournament's over. You know, 35% is much more than 0% when you're talking about living or dying in a tournament.
Erik Seidel collects $31,000 for his 5th place finish. And Mike Watson shoots up the charts, now sitting on 4 million chips.
Plenty of chips to work with. That was a really well-played hand by everyone, actually. I mean, Jason Mercier, pat jack that he can't break, open, and then finding the fold. Mike Watson not wanting to play a huge pot out of position with a pat 10. Probably just going to call pat and check to Jason and see who wins at showdown. Now we have Jon Turner, the overwhelming short stack at this point, has no ICM pressure on him. He is very incentivized to gamble and try and run it up.
Yeah, a little under 4 probably. Maybe.
Average is almost 3. Actually, it's over 3.
I think we're all above average except for you.
Right around.
Well, they haven't updated the screen yet. Average is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm below average.
Yeah, you got work to do, man.
2.7.
Brad Ruben, another pat 9
right now.
Had average.
with the chip lead.
All right, well, next time.
If you're enjoying our coverage right
Yeah,
now,
it's
please
good.
smash that
After
like
that,
button. Let's bring us to 500 likes during this next hand of play. It really helps us spread the word on this wonderful game that we don't get to see all that often. And once again, we got a potential big clash on our hands here. Ruben raising with the made 9-8-7. Watson looking down at a made 10-8-6.
Just decides to call. I really like Mike Watson, how he's playing at this final table. He is not gambling. He is trying to use his poker skills to win him chips and not just blindly gambling.
It goes pat. Now Ruben has a decision to make. Of course, he needs to gauge what kind of range Watson calls with and doesn't decide to 3-bet with, and any kind of history they have from last night, potentially knowing that Watson is not likely to 3-bet any kind of hand, all plays into decision-making on perhaps Ruben's bet sizing and how he approaches this final round of betting.
Right. And Watson padding behind here with the 10-8, whereas we just saw Seidel break his 10 with the 10-9-8. He can beat so many more hands of Ruben. Ruben could be padding all jacks here. He could be padding all 10-9s. He could be padding a worse 10-8-7, for example. And now Mike Watson facing an overbet.
Wow.
After the draw, has to decide, is his 10-8 good enough? Does Brad Ruben respect Mike Watson's game enough to give him credibility for anything better than a 9-8-7? I don't think so with this bet sizing. We'll have to see later on in the coverage if Mike Watson is capable of calling and padding better 9s, 8s, or does he decide to 3-bet those hands? I know these players have history. Mike Watson in the tank for this one for quite a large bet.
Yeah.
Very exciting sizing here from Ruben. Clearly thinking that Watson is going to call behind with exactly the type of hand that he has.
Right, because like I said, Mike Watson does beat some hands that Brad Ruben is padding at this point. Does Brad Ruben decide to turn a jack into a bluff? Does Brad Ruben have a pair or two pair as blockers, as we say, at this point? Is Mike Watson willing to risk $730,000 to make a hero call at this point?
My nose is kind of stuffy, but I'm able to sniff it out, you know. Thanks, bro.
Jason Mercier breathing the dry Vegas air.
He's too used to Florida right now.
So much humidity down there. Watson really this is for a lot of tips. I think that's the base momentum. Pick it up.
Wow, well done, Mike
Watson
Watson.
lays down 9-6.
Every decision he makes is so good. Jason Mercier with the needle. Mike Watson laying down
Ruben.
9-6.
there
Not
it is.
true, but 10-8.
Ruben sandwich. Oh, I saw his whole hand, bro.
3-8-2.
Jason Mercier with another needle, saying that Brad Ruben had 3 8s in his hand and is
Yeah, I know, I
capable
almost
of
called
bluffing
block
with
on
blockers.
Watts, but it's a little late.
be
Go,
fine.
go, go. That's right.
Yeah, dead bad.
If you're experiencing some audio issues, we're
wanted to
we're
call
noticing
block
it
on
ourselves
Seidel,
as
worried
well,
about this, but
that sometimes when YouTube decides to run a commercial, that coming back from commercial,
Thinking in advance
there's
there.
some audio hiccups.
He tanked
So
from
if
7.
you're experiencing those
At least.
and you can still hear us, then just refresh your feed. Hopefully that'll do the trick. Once again, my name is Remco Rinkema. Kevin Gerhardt in the booth with me. He's a 4-time bracelet winner. And if you're new to this game, no better man than to learn from than Kevin Gerhardt. Kevin, throughout the year, how often do you get a chance to play this game? Is it part of regular mixed game rotations, or is it even for you sort of like a summer thing only?
It's basically just a summer thing for me. We don't really play it in our mix, but you get to play this in basically the 1500
I'm a wild
version,
man,
the 10K
bro.
version, and then
Don't get
all
too
9
excited.
games. And it's also in the dealer's choice, but
two?
doesn't seem to be picked too often.
They're a lot more solid than you
See what happens.
Brad Ruben opening up here with a 10-9-6-3, 1 draw under the gun. Jason Mercier defending and drawing 2 out of the big blind. Brad Ruben once again just making the best hand. Wonder if he's going to try and go for some value with a 10-9-6 here. Maybe a half pot size bet.
235.
Jason Mercier with a pure
kid
bluff
ever
catcher,
pairs?
immediately counting out
Never
the
heard him
chips
say
to call.
pair yet, but 10-9?
Does get paid off. Jason Mercier noting that he has never heard Brad Ruben say
Never heard
pair.
him say pair.
think I did yesterday.
Or you got it.
Here's a look at our
You got
PGT Dream Seed promotion. We're sending 3 annual subscribers to play in our PGT Championship event. That is a $1 million free roll,
I did.
500K first prize.
All right, cool.
Join PokerGO.com right now or upgrade to an annual subscription with promo code DREAM30 to save $30 on your annual subscription. We have tons of coverage
Super
coming
happy
up
with
on
my defense, but
PokerGO.com.
happy with my
And
river.
the final table of the 10K version of this event will be on PokerGO on Saturday, July 1st. It is our last big final table on PokerGO before the main event kicks off. Our main event coverage will start on the horseshoe table, that's this table, on Monday, July 3rd. And then on day 2, we pick up the action with our main PokerGO broadcast.
So in this hand, Mike Watson opting to raise, and raise quite large with 10-10-10 4 deuce. He made it. He's made it 200K when the blinds have just gone up to 50K, 100K. So it is just a min raise. Brad Ruben in the big blind only has to call 1 big blind with his 9-6-3 draw. Will we see Mike Watson pat here with his 3 10s and try to steal it after the draw, or is he going to draw 2? I guess a 2 draw, it's such a good bluffing candidate, and Mike Watson does show us our first snow of the stream. Sometimes it gets a little cold and snowy in Vegas, and Mike Watson, with his 3 10s blockers, does decide to pat behind. Brad Ruben drawing 3-3. Such a good card to bluff with in this spot. I wonder if he's going to pull the trigger. No, he says. Jason Mercier making a comment. I've never heard him say pair or you got it yet. Does decide that he's going to shut it down with 3-3 unless he's going for a pretty massive check raise.
All right, we have trips versus trips. This is now no longer a showdown game. It is a game of bluffs. Mike Watson bets it, and Brad Ruben gives up his trips. And I have a big apology to make to my friend Pedro Bronfman from Brazil, who of course won this event last year. The earlier payouts I mentioned was the 10K triple draw. The 10K no limit deuce to 7 was won by Pedro Bronfman, beating Scott Seaver heads up, Kerry Katz, Alex Livingston, and Yuri Zivulevsky also at that final table. 121 entries in that event. So the number we said, 150.
Still a very, very likely possibility.
Exactly.
That was the final table. I don't know if I want to bring up,
Kerry's famous hand.
But Kerry's famous hand where he decides to pat a pair after misreading his hand and being all in, and Scott Seaver opting to draw 2 and moaning in the winning hand. It's the best way I could put it at the final table. If you haven't seen that clip, definitely go back and watch it if you have the ability. Jon Turner all in here for 7 big blinds with his 9-8-5 deuce draw, just hoping to get it through. Such a big pickup here. You get to pick up 300K.
Turner all in for his tournament life. And while Watson is in the tank here, Bronfman also texting me saying the 10K no limit deuce is only 1 re-entry, so Pearl Jammer is going to need to have his glasses fixed perhaps, so not a double re-entry.
Maybe they did change it, because I know last year it was only 1 re-entry. Maybe they did change it at this point. Anyways, Pearl Jammer all in 9-8-5 deuce against the 10-6-5-4.
Watson pairs his 4. Turner grabs a queen, and a queen will be enough for him to double up.
Yeah, after knowing your opponent caught a 4, you saw Jon Turner side sweat the card, and he knows that any line is a winner, meaning a king, a queen, or a jack. Does take this down and find a much-needed double up. Still the short stack.
Calls the tournament, surviving.
But now he has 1.6 million at 100K big blind.
It's not true.
Timothy, what's up?
We were
Thanks
all
for coming out.
called against Sternheimer.
Them two are with me too. Do you want to go hang out with them or whatever?
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that doesn't count. That's after a draw when you're hunting, and I know I have the best of it.
Let me see the.
Big blind, Danny?
Oh, you saved everything. Yeah, here you go.
Is it 150?
I'll just say, where's my double? It's in the middle.
Once again, I'd like to welcome everyone watching the stream. We have 5,000 people watching No Limit Deuce, Kevin. Does that warm your heart?
That's fantastic. I'm really happy everyone's here. Appreciate you all for tuning in. Brad Ruben here on the button with an open-ended straight draw, but He is going to raise it up, having position and having a pretty powerful
Try to not
hand.
gradually
He can
skew it
draw
this
to any 8, 9, or 10
gonna try to
and
not
make a
gradually skew
good
it this
good
way.
enough hand to get to showdown with, or find some bluffs when he pairs or makes a straight. He does just take it down, and Jon Turner commenting that his double up is all gone now based on how big the ante is with the big blinds. One thing to note in this game, if two players are ever all in, the players have to show their cards before drawing one, or before any draw. So if you're drawing one, you put your 4 cards on the table. If your opponent's Pat, they put their 5 cards on the table, so you know what you have to beat. So side sweating is so fun in this game because you're like, oh, I peeled a 2-sider. All right, I'm a, you know, 2 times out of 3, I win this hand, and 1 time out of 3, and then you get to go deeper into the peel and the side sweat. It's just so much fun
If you want to drink,
for
let
your
me
tournament
know.
life.
I'll get it. Yeah.
Mike Watson dealt a flush here on the button. Remember, flushes are no good. Does throw it into the muck.
So explain to me something, or let's theorize on this.
Okay.
How does a game like this have growing popularity? And 5-card draw
No limp,
seems
no
to be
gradual
like the ugly stepchild of any rotation. It is part of dealer's choice, but that is sort of it. It's
Right.
never been a real game, even though when you talk to people who've never played poker before, they will probably think that 5-card draw is like one of the top poker games.
Yeah, I really think
Unbreakable
that,
key.
especially coming from a no-limit background, this is
Unbreakable.
one of the easiest games to get into because of only one street after the draw of betting. There's not too many decision points to be made. You can get a basic strategy, and if you're really good at no limit, or even if you're not good at no limit, aggression wins in this format. If you're good at bluffing and good at reading your opponent, this is the game that you need to get into. Mike Watson raising it up here, 8-7-5-3, not a straight draw. Great hand to start with.
So no limit 5-card draw with one draw would not be as exciting as this.
I think that this game is so much better, so much more pure because the equities run so much closer. 5-card draw, you know, if you have aces and your opponent has kings, you're a pretty big equity favorite to win after the draw. This is such a better pure form of poker. There's more bluffing with pairs. There's more sweating. There's more everything with this form of poker compared to 5-card draw high. Brad Ruben pairing is 8. Checks. Once again, Jason Mercier's comment, I've never heard him say pair. Or you got it. Still coming to light. He does say pair, and Mike Watson's jack is going to take it down.
So there you go, 5-card draw, dead forever. We're never going to bring it up again.
You pair, Brad?
That game will not be a favorite. But, you know, perhaps
It is in the big bet mix coming up, the 2,500 big bet mix. I mean, you do get to play 5-card draw, but it's just not that good of a poker game because starting hand equities are so far apart compared to an awesome game like deuce to 7 single draw where equities run so close.
What about limit triple draw?
I love limit triple draw.
No, I'm saying in the 5-card high version. See, I got you thinking at least.
Yeah, I've never played it. I still don't think it would be a great game.
Fold.
We play a lot of a game we call Archie in the mix, which is a mix of 5-card low and high. So you have to make 5 cards 8 or lower for half the pot, and the best 5-card hand you can make there is ace 2 3 4 5, and the other half of the pot is
475.
triple draw high in your hand, right? So you want to make flushes, you want to make straights, you want to make full houses. It's just not really that great of a game on its
Final table
own.
was tougher. Taking care of
Mike
this.
Watson finds a made 9-6 here against Ruben, raising to 475 from the small blind. Ruben going for a much larger size here.
Yeah, much larger size, out of position. I mean, Ruben does have a really, really good draw with 8-6-4-3. No straight draw, no flush draw. Any deuce, any 7, any 9 would give him quite a strong hand. Watson with the 9-6-4-3 deuce. Now we get to see how he decides to play this hand against such a large opening where we saw him just call and pat a 10-7 and a 10-8. Does he do the same thing with a 9-6 for balance purposes? I think we're going to see a raise out of Watson in position in this hand.
That's what it was. I knew I was doing something wrong.
In Watson's shoes, do you worry a lot about Jon Turner's small stack here?
I don't think so. I don't think Mike Watson is worried about a $10,000 pay jump or whatever it is, where he's pretty regularly frequenting the 100Ks, 250Ks or more. You said he has 3.9 million in earnings at this point. He's playing for number one. He wants that gold bracelet,
1.15 million.
and he does pump it up.
If you're Ruben here, is your draw strong enough to shove with?
No, you're definitely not shoving at this point because you're out of position. If your opponent has a convertible 10 or a convertible jack or a 9, you're just putting chips into the blender. You're just lighting them on fire. He's going to call here with his very premium draw. Mike Watson did not raise it that much more. Basically a min raise plus a little juice on top. Brad Ruben does call, and it's going to go draw one pat. Can we find Brad Ruben making good hands, or is Mike Watson going to win this pot that is 2.5 million chips at this point?
More in the middle already than what Mercier and Turner have to play with. How often is this going to go check-check? Because Ruben, of course, whether he makes it or not, is going to give Watson a chance here.
It should not go check-check. The 9-6 is so good. You could just have Brad Ruben drawing dead with your 9-6-4. It's just too powerful to ever go check-check.
So Watson is not worried about the fact that, you know, the stack sizes are in a way that if Ruben does draw here with a strong draw, that, you know, he could be saving himself a ton of chips by checking back?
No, I don't think so. This hand is just way too powerful to check back. You could check back like a 9-8 maybe. You could check back 10s. I think we're going to go for a bet here. I think it's going to be on the smaller side, maybe even less than the 1.1 that he made it pre-draw. There's already 20% of the chips in play in the middle at this point. I don't think Mike Watson is going to get any more value from Brad Ruben in this hand, but he's definitely going to put some amount of money into the pot.
Watson indeed reaching as...
Oh, he's going for a much larger bet than I thought. Trying to get some value from all 9s.
1.2 million.
1.2 million, just about what he made it pre-flop, and he does take down a pretty massive pot. That's going to shift things in Mike Watson's favor. He's made so many good decisions on this table at this point.
And he's in position against Ruben.
Yeah, it's
so
so good for him.
It's torture for Ruben being to the direct right here of Mike Watson.
Yeah, I don't mean anything negative by this, but maybe Brad Ruben is the least experienced in this format. Maybe he didn't get to play online, where I know Mike Watson and Jason Mercier have gotten to play a ton of this game online. Jon Turner, also known for his deuce to 7 prowess in all sorts of deuce to 7 formats. Brad Ruben is just trying to make good hands and get paid.
Bluff or value? Those are the two possibilities, and you had one of them. That's really nice. Good speech, Mike.
Jason Mercier is on fire today. I really like the commentary we get.
It's the old Jason Mercier.
He's really sticking it in, Mike.
Yeah. It's not your eight-handed.
I don't know about anyone else, but maybe they're friends, and he's just giving him needle after needle.
Mercier known for his needles and one-liners at the table.
Mike Watson here, 10-8, 5-3. Probably good enough to say all in against Jon Turner and put him to the test, even though he is out of position. And Turner with the king, queen, queen does just decide to give it down, giving up 250,000 of his 1.35 million. He's getting pretty short, definitely in the danger zone with 11 big blinds at this point.
If you're enjoying the coverage on YouTube today, please don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe to our channel. We're spreading the word here on one of the games you only get to see once a year. In this case, twice a year, because today we have this $1,500 stream of this event, and then on Saturday we'll have the final table of the 10K version of this tournament on PokerGO.com. That field is going to be absolutely stacked. Kevin, are you going to take a stab there? Maybe, you know, satellite in. What's your plan?
I might play the satellite. That's a real possibility. My next event that I'm playing for sure is the 2,500 mixed big bet, and then the main event. I cannot wait for the main events. That's a tournament. Even though I'm not a no limit player, I will play that tournament as long as I can for the rest of my life.
See, that's why I haven't started playing the main event yet, because I know that once I start, I'm not going to want to stop.
Right. Hopefully be rest in peace Doyle's age and still be playing poker just like the great himself.
Absolutely.
Mike Watson raising it up on the button with a premium hand. A good spot to be in this game. Jason Mercier with a 1 draw, I assume to a 9-7. Mike Watson also drawing 1 to an 8-6, not a straight draw. Fantastic position.
Watson turning his hand into a pair of 5s. Let's wait to see what Mercier's final card is here.
He does catch a king, it looks like. So he has a king low, decides to check. I suspect Watson, starting with a pair of 6s and making a pair of 5s, is going to put some number of chips in the pot, and we'll see if Jason Mercier, just like he did last time with Brad Ruben, decides to pay off a bet on the end, hoping his opponent made a straight.
So Watson is going to bet with his pair of 5s. Of course, 5 is a good card for him because it removes one of those outs for anyone else making a hand that is in need of a 5.
Right.
Any sort of wheel card, 7, 5, 4, 3 deuce, is always a beneficial card when it comes to your decision making as it pertains to bluffing.
Right.
So let's say you have a 7, you draw 4 cards, and you get 4 deuces. That's a great hand to bluff with.
Yes, and Jason Mercier might not be a believer again, where we just saw he paid off Brad Ruben with a king, is deciding whether he wants to put his chips in the middle. He does have far fewer chips than what he had earlier, with only 2 million left in his stack. Does he think that Mike Watson is bluffing at this point? I think Mike Watson is far more likely than Brad Ruben to be bluffing in this spot.
The suspicion alone goes to show how good Jason Mercier is, and he does make the call.
Sticks it in with a king.
With a king.
I wonder if the needle's coming. Come on, Jason, give it to us.
Mercier had made a king 10.
A pure bluff catcher, hoping your opponent drew a pair. Nothing. Not a word. Not a word from either of them. Just on to the next hand. That's poker. All right, Jon Turner in the best position you can be in this game on the button. 1 million chips, 10 big blinds. Let's see what he can get done here.
One of the more epic final tables of this year's WSOP was the seniors event. Guess what? Tomorrow we have the final table of the super seniors, so I can only imagine how wild that is going to get. On Saturday, like I said, the 10K no limit deuce to 7. Both of those events are on PokerGO. And then on Sunday, July 2nd, we have the final table of the Ladies Championship, which is starting out today. And then our main event coverage on our free channels is kicking off on Monday, July 3rd.
Can you imagine making a no limit final table just to get in kings against kings and lose?
Oh my God.
Does not sound like fun at all, but that's what happened in the seniors event. Jason Mercier here with a convertible jack is drawing to a straight, does decide to pop it up to 340K. 3.4 big blinds. Brad Ruben in the big blind, not a very good hand. King, queen, 9-7 deuce, does decide to lay it down.
So you had to be there.
Add another 250K to Jason Mercier's stack.
Mercier, a real competitor, someone who battles, who takes every decision extremely seriously, always looking for an edge. Even just observing him play yesterday on day 3, you can tell how focused he is on the little things. He is not someone who's on his phone a lot. He is always sort of paying attention to the players, the action, perhaps trying to pick up on timing and maybe even some sort of body posture or timing or physical tells.
Yeah. Yeah, Jason Mercier, one of the best, that's for sure. Not a very good hand here on the button. Somewhat of a snow potential, but not really.
With how big the ante is giving a walk even an option?
Sometimes. I mean, if you have a really bad hand, you're never drawing 3. You're never really supposed to draw 3. He is calling with his 9-5 deuce, not straight draw, drawing 2. Mike Watson, another snow candidate with a pair of 7s. Could raise to take it down here. does decide to raise, probably sensing that Ruben is just going to play very straightforward. There's so much money in there. All you have to do is make it another 250K to win 300K that's already in there. Really good play from Mike Watson here.
Pineapple Water in the chat is saying, I'm convinced that the only skill required for this game is the ability to size your bets and to bluff.
That's a big part of it. Big part of it, or it can be a big part of it. Brad Ruben's, we've seen his strategy at this table is to just make good hands. You can play your cards any way you want, but aggression does win in this format of poker for sure.
And I also would like to add to that your ability to size bets and to bluff in any game, if you can figure that out, you're going to be a huge favorite.
Right, that's poker.
Doesn't Jon Turner's shirt say bet more, and what does the back say?
Bet more, make more, I think.
Bet more, make more. There you
go.
go.
That's exactly what it is.
Fold.
I think Mike Watson does sense the weakness of Brad Ruben in this game. Not to say that Brad Ruben is bad at this game or at poker, but compared to the other three just have such good resumes in this format of poker.
What do you say to people that call this a simple game?
It can be. This game can be as easy, as simple as you make it, or it can be as complex as you want it to be. You know, you can take the Jason Mercier route of calling when you think your opponents can bluff, or if you don't make a good hand, you can just fold every time. It's so nuanced in so many different ways. We see Brad Ruben opening up from the button with a pat 10-8, making a good hand. Mike Watson drawing one out of the small blind, making a slightly worse hand once again, where we have to go to the fourth card. Brad Ruben going to go for some value here. Probably not the sizing we saw earlier with the overbet, but he is going to get paid off here with a hand that is slightly better than Mike Watson. That's such a bad feeling. 10-8-6 versus 10-8-6. Mike Watson doesn't even show the hand. So much class, just not even like, oh, what a bad beat, just right into the muck, onto the next hand. Brad Ruben widening his chip lead again. Jon Turner still sinking down to the bottom, pretty far away from everyone else at the table. In a normal situation that don't have these high stakes players that are just looking for first place, you would see such different play, but everyone's so good and so talented and aware of how everyone else is playing. There's not anything given up at this point.
We lost Erik Seidel earlier at this final table. We started with 5 players. We're playing down to a winner here on today's stream.
Brad Ruben, 9-8-5-4, great opening hand. Mike Watson, Pat Jack. Does he finally find a 3-bet? He is in position against Brad Ruben. Does decide to let it go. I like that. You're just so dead to everything, and even if your opponent makes a jack, like your Jack 10, you're not happy with it. Jason Mercier laying it down to Brad Ruben, picking up more chips, over 6 million chips at this point.
Even though Ruben has over 6 million, I'd like to give the edge right now to Mike Watson with his playing style, the way he's been creative, and just his position at the table.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Watson is my pick to win this tournament at this point too. He's just so good at poker, especially this format of poker.
They call that a low ball pro.
Low ball, yes. They got low ball mix, bro. Low ball, just straight low ball.
How old do you think is the youngest low ball pro? 82?
34 probably.
No limit, deuce to 7 single draw, also known as Kansas City low ball.
How this game got invented.
Billy Baxter, arguably the GOAT of this game.
Yeah,
I want to say he
amazing.
has 5 bracelets in this format, also a bracelet in Ace to 5. Finished runner-up in the seniors event just a few days ago. Baxter called that event his main event, and he's also playing today, of course, in that 10K variation.
Right. Jason Mercier exercising his option to limp or call out of the small blind with a pretty strong 9-7-4 deuce draw, blocking the extra 4 from Brad Ruben. Ruben with a pat jack is going to raise it up, put some pressure on Jason Mercier with the lower stack. I don't see Jason Mercier going anywhere. This is kind of how we drew it up. We want to put some more chips into this pot, make a good hand, and go from there. So we're going to see draw 1 from Jason Mercier and pat from Brad Ruben, knowing that his pat jack is a favorite against any one draw. These are the most interesting spots where you draw 1, you have the option to bluff out of the small blind or bet for value. I think this is probably going to go check, check. Jason Mercier drawing one of the worst cards that he could see, but some sort of value, not really.
But a crucial pot to win here for him.
Yeah.
900K in the middle is nothing to sneeze at, and it chips away at Ruben's chip lead, also widening the gap between Jon Turner and the rest of the field. Turner almost has become a spectator here now.
Yeah, he hasn't really seen too many hands. He just had the 8-5-3 on the button, but that's not really a hand you want to put your life on the line with. If he was deeper, he could raise, fold that hand, or at least open that hand, try to take down the blinds. But you just have to play good hands as Jon Turner at this point.
Christie is asking, how many cards can you draw? You can draw 5 cards if you want. It is no limit as far as the betting and also the drawing.
Another not good hand for Jon Turner at this point.
I'm surprised we haven't seen anyone make a 7 yet.
That's true. It's so hard to make a 7 with one draw, and it's so hard to get dealt anything even remotely close to a 7.
Mercier attacking the blinds here with the old queen 8-6-5.
Yeah, in position, just picked up a nice pot, has some chips to work with. Watson coming along for a min raise, also with a draw 2, not great. Drawing to a straight.
I heard you were good at these, bro.
They are my specialty.
2-card draw versus 2-card draw.
If you check, I might just check back without even looking. just so no more money goes in.
So Watson making an ace, Mercier making a queen. It might go check, check unless one of these players wants to turn their hand into a bluff.
7.
Check, check.
It's going to be hard once I caught the queen because I pitched 2 of them.
That is true. He did pitch 2 queens before and caught a 3rd one.
Ooh, kings against queens.
Yeah. Exactly. I didn't pitch 2 queens, bro. I would never raise with no blockers.
He was telling the truth, and now he decides to lie. Go back on what he just said. All right, Jon Turner, we're in the danger zone right now. 250K of our 750K are now in the pot.
I think it would have got through.
He's a turst. He's only here a week. He's a turst. Come on.
All right, Jason Mercier going to put pressure on Jon Turner with his 10-7-6 deuce. Does make it more than a min raise as we see 225 to go. Jon Turner with a hand that he's probably going to call with, draw 2, and he does not decide to put in any chips. Preserve his stack and see if he can spin it up. 1/3 of his chips in the middle last hand, just decides to let it go.
See some people in the chat asking, like, what would qualify as a bad beat here? Well, clearly, if you stand pat with a strong made hand and your opponent makes a better hand.
He wants the violence.
You want us to all have number
Okay,
3?
so I'll tell you a bad beat story. Everyone loves a bad beat story, especially on stream.
Different 7s. Yeah, you
Last
guys
year,
better specify,
good 8s
bro.
in
This event, we're about 4 away from the money bubble. I have over average chips, just cruising
At 8 or
along,
better, all 3.
and then I get dealt
No
number
one
3
having the
in the
same
big
hand.
blind, which is a 7. It's so hard to make a 7 in this game. It's so hard to get dealt a 7. Small blind, dealt number 1. I will never see that interaction again in my entire life. Blind versus blind, number 1 against number 3. The odds are astronomical, and I did not make the money in that tournament. So that would qualify as a bad beat. If you get dealt an 8 in this game, any 8,
You're all in.
a lot of your chips are going into the middle. Getting dealt number 3, the third best possible hand, you are doing backflips if someone else is putting all their chips into the middle. Mike Watson here. Pat 10-9-7. Brad Ruben drawing 1 to a 10-7. Jason Mercier drawing 2 to a 9-6. Jon Turner, the only one to fold this hand down to 450,000 in chips. 4 big blinds. Mercier making a 9-7-6-4-3 with his draw 2. Deciding whether to bet for value at this point. Does not really want this to get checked around.
Mercier is going to bet.
Pretty large sizing, 416 to 875. And Watson just snap folding the 10-9-7.
I had it. Just kidding. Maybe not.
Good spot for it.
You know when you
Yeah,
like squeeze,
I really
and you
think Mike
sweat your
Watson
hand,
is
and you're
poised
like,
to
"Oh, that's
do
not
well
a
in this
looking bet."
event. He's
You know?
just, his reads are on point. He's playing so well. His sizings are great. Decision making is great.
I've definitely made some squeeze mistakes. This
I
tournament.
thought I squeezed 2 4 spots and 2 no spots, and I only had 1 of each. Very strange.
I think Jason Mercier squeezed some cards in his day.
Oh,
So him making mistakes is pretty
That
uncharacteristic.
gives away I didn't have an 8.
Watson, 8-7 deuce, in
Led right
position.
into you guys with a 9.
Playing snug, deciding to give it up.
Wow.
Jon Turner on the button, 4-5-6. Jack ace does decide to go with it. Probably going to pitch 1 and draw to the Jack 6.
Wow.
Great hand for Mercier to see at this point.
oh, wow, look at
And
Ruben.
Brad Ruben, 9-8-7-6-3. He's going to think about it for a second. He's going to call. He's going to pat. And is Jon Turner going to draw 2? I think he has to. Very unlikely for him to improve.
At least Turner in position here, so he gets to see what he needs to react to. And Ruben stands pat immediately. This is not what Turner wanted to see.
Yeah, you see it on Jon's face. He is not happy. He could draw 1 and just be dead. He could draw 2 and know it's very unlikely for him to improve to anything reasonable to stay alive in this tournament. This is probably the end of Jon Turner, but great run.
Wow, he's not done yet, though. I mean, we've seen lots of crazy things happen in events on stream over the last couple of days. If
Yeah.
Turner just decides to kick 2 cards into the muck, he could still
Let's just make
find...
sure we're live. 2 cards.
Let's find a 9 and a deuce. He said, all right, make sure we're alive. Tosses the ace and the jack. Give him an 8 and a deuce just for a more fun table.
At a jack. Don't have a queen.
8 and a deuce.
Either one or
Let's see.
Oh.
Pairs is 5. Oh, he does
Oh.
catch the deuce and catches. Hopefully he sweats the deuce first.
4 spotter, first card. Nice hand.
That's bad.
Uh-oh.
2 spots.
GG.
Good game
Yeah,
to
yeah,
Jon
yeah, yeah.
Turner,
I'm in.
finishing in
I'm in.
4th place.
Yeah, nice hand.
Jon Turner collects $44,000 for his run in this event, and we are now down to the final 3 players
Look,
battling for the first prize of $151,000,
Now the
and of
fun
course,
begins.
that coveted gold bracelet. 3 stacks
Buckle up.
that
This
can
is gonna
hurt
take a
each
while.
other. Jason,
You guys wanna
Jason
roll
Mercier
on
just
every
claiming
hand?
Just
buckle
kidding.
up.
It might be over in one
I
hand.
think so too.
Who
I think
knows?
this is gonna take some sort of cooler situation for the stacks to really uneven
And give him
themselves.
the- give him
They
the
are
number
quite
2.
even. 35 big blinds versus 59 big blinds for the chip lead. That's pretty
3
close.
left.
No one short. This is where we get a lot of fun. We get a lot of 2 draws. We get a
I'm
lot of
happy now at
bluffing, a lot of
40x on the
blockers. Let's see some fireworks.
Yeah.
Starting with Jason Mercier on the button, 10-7-6-6-5.
Jason Mercier has $20.5 million in career tournament
Said Brad
earnings.
Ruben.
Oh, that's it?
Somebody in
Just-
Bobby's room goes, Brad Booth? It's like, Brad Ruben?
Just to emphasize, how little poker Mercier has played. He was 11th on poker's all-time money list prior to the pandemic and him
like a
starting a
loose call.
family.
Right.
He is now down to
Two.
39th on poker's all-time money
Just
list.
one for
Wow.
me.
That is quite a
He's
drop-off.
missed so many of the high rollers, the GG series. He's missed so many of the Triton events. I mean, it's
And he still has 20.5
it's
million.
crazy.
For some extra context here, as Ruben catches an ace and Mercier makes a 10-7. Let's see what his betting goes. Ruben checks. Action on Mercier.
Jason's going to bet here, probably small, and we're going to see if Brad Ruben is a non-believer. He beats all pairs.
Still bets more than half pot.
Yeah, Brad Ruben still beats all pairs here. He can pay off at some frequency. It's fun to randomize in this game. You know, you say, I'm going to call 4 out of 10 times if you look at the clock. And if the second hand is between a 1 and a 4, you call. And the rest of the numbers you can fold.
Yeah, that is a way that a lot of the top players randomize to, you know, not trick themselves into always doing the same thing.
Right. Not relying on their own reads, you know, assigning a certain value of percentage of time that they want to call or frequency that they want to fold, and then looking at the clock and following exactly what it says.
So a little bit extra stats here on Mercier. He has not cashed for more than $1 million since 2017, which is just insane to think about. He cashed for over $1 million every single year from 2008 until 2017, with the exception of 2012. His best year, 2014, he cashed for $3.6 million. And of course, as of late, has not had many results, with the exception of winning the 25K 10-game championship at the PokerGO studio on the PokerGO Tour for $367,000. That event was back in February. 57 entries in that 25K. Mercier beat Dan Zach heads up. David Olivier Baker finishing in 3rd place. That was a phenomenal series of mixed games, and it's coming back in the fall. We have both a PLO series at the studio and a mixed game series at the studio. So check out pgt.com/schedule if that is somehow something that you're interested in. Kevin, we need to get you in there, man.
I've played a couple of the PokerGO events. They are definitely some of the best ran events out in the entire country, I would assume. And who doesn't love playing some high stakes mixed games?
Exactly right.
But saying that, all the high stakes mixed game players love playing high stakes mixed games. So you might not find too many spots in those fields.
I'll post my small blind here. Sorry, I'm retarded. I've been sleeping 3 hours a night for like 4 nights in a row.
3 more than you usually get.
3 to 5.
Yeah, normally when you think you have
I
kids,
sleep
you
decent.
don't really get to sleep.
No,
But when you're away from the kids, you still don't sleep. Come on, Jason.
It's probably at home, it's the kids keeping him up, and right now it's Bobby's room keeping him up.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I know.
A $1,500 to him
It was
is one
actually
big blind.
okay that the game that they broke us at 8.
Look at that.
Because there was still a game. There was
Oh, wow.
there was
Oh
5
my
hands
gosh,
going
Jason
into
Mercier,
the game, and
full beard,
played until 2:30 in the morning.
and now it's just nothing. It's all
The game
gone.
ran until 7 in the morning. I didn't fuck them up. I did at first.
Mike Watson on the button. Pat Jack 9, raising it up.
Hit and ran.
225.
Went to bed. That
Jason
would've
Mercier,
been
trashy
a smart
hand.
move.
Into the muck. Brad Ruben. We have seen him call. He likes to draw 2. Normally at a full table, drawing 2 is not something you want to get accustomed to, but short-handed, 3-handed, heads up, 4-handed, drawing 2 becomes a necessity most of the time. You're not going to get dealt these premium 1 draws at a frequency as you would at a full table. Brad Ruben pairing his 3s. Come on, fire it in, fire in the bluff. Caught 2 great cards. Oh, he does decide to check and give up.
So Brad Ruben definitely taking a more straightforward approach to this game, not really using his stack to his advantage up until this point. And when you're playing against Mike Watson and Jason Mercier, like if you're relying on making hands, you might get into a lot of trouble down the line.
Yeah, exactly. We did just see
Get to level
Jason
35.
Mercier draw 2 out of position and then lead and get Mike Watson to snap
Most
pull
of
the
the time,
pat
I
10.
always wanna,
I think if Brad Ruben fires at this
speed it
pot,
up,
especially
but
big enough, Mike Watson is inclined to
reason,
give up the jack,
wanna
especially with Ruben's
Just want to play some
maybe
deuce to 7.
deuce-
Nothing wrong with
deuce
that.
no
tight,
limit.
straightforward
Yeah.
image from what we've seen.
Especially
Maybe Mike
with,
Watson has
Sir
the
Watts here.
same
I mean,
analysis
got
of
heads
him.
up.
You've never
This-
lost to me, so.
What?
You've never lost to me, so. Why
Yeah,
would you-
exactly.
Well,
I just got to knock you out, and I'm in the clear.
No, I'm standing in the way of this. I don't
Just
want
tell you
this
another
rematch.
story. Every time we've been deep in a draw tournament, you've won, and I've got second or third. You know, so.
I want to prevent this from happening.
What's the other one?
That like random online one. I was
Oh, yeah. I
Not,
forgot
not,
about
a, not
that.
a big tournament, but.
Yeah.
Mike Watson
what
getting a
place
walk
you
with
got
another
there?
pat
I got
jack
third.
in the
Yeah,
big
yeah.
blind.
I think when I folded that hand
These two have
to you,
matched up
I
in
had
some
like the
10Ks
same as
heads
the other
up.
guy still.
But I'm not going to let that happen again. Yeah, that's right.
You're in a draw pro sandwich, bro. Right
I
now.
am. I'd rather be in a Reuben sandwich. round of straddles?
A little fun side note here,
Sadly.
as Mike Watson referencing losing to Mercier. Back in 2017, when Mercier won his most
I gave
recent
him
World
one.
Series poker bracelet, he beat Mike Watson heads up.
Okay.
So
Lots of history there.
All
Yep.
those high mixed games out there, you know.
You see Brad Ruben offering a round of straddles to increase the variance against these two pros. He knows how good these players are in this game. Probably doesn't have an edge with what's left in this field. It really seems like, especially this year, when you get down to the 1500 mixed games, especially the 10K mixed games, no one's giving up an edge. It's so hard to win in today's day and age in these poker tournaments. You really have to be on top of your game and getting, hit in the face by the deck to some frequency.
So yeah, Mercier and Watson have that history versus each other. As I mentioned, Mercier has not won a bracelet since 2016. That year he won 2. He won the 10K deuce and the 10K horse. Prior to that, he won 2 PLO bracelets and 1 no limit hold'em bracelet.
Just a master of everything.
Yep. Mercier, of course, due at some point in his career to win the 50K. Would look very well on his resume.
I think he played the 50K this year.
I think that's what the first event he came to town for.
I think so. I think I remember seeing his name and being surprised. The 50K, only 99 entrants this year, which was surprising.
One of the few events that was down this year,
Yeah.
entry-wise.
Mike Watson raising here 9-8-7-7-3 on the button. Brad
This
Ruben
where we're
calling
supposed
with
to put our discards?
9-4-4-3 queen. Decides to draw 2 against a draw 1 of
Like
Watson.
chucking him at the dealer. Like,
I just want to
There,
see
one.
Brad Ruben leading in one of these spots, like betting out of position into Mike Watson instead of checking and making a decision. I want to see some sort of balance. See another hand where he could very reasonably bluff with his pair of deuces, but maybe he wants to turn a pair of deuces into a bluff catcher if he thinks Watson can bet worse pairs. Deuces do turn into one of the best bluff catching candidates because it blocks your opponents from having deuces and unblocks them from having all higher pairs. And this is exactly what Brad Ruben is thinking about at this point.
Or maybe he's just thinking, oh man. Does make a call. Like you said, great read there from you, Kevin. But Watson did make a 10-9. He's going to take this one down. And they're slowly chipping away at Brad Ruben's chip lead, one at a time. And now the difference between first and third, only 6 big blinds. So truly anyone's game here.
third worst.
Basically nothing at this point. It really is anyone's game. I would give the nod to Mike Watson just because how lights out he's been playing so far.
The wheels are coming
Jason
off on
Mercier
this
never
call.
one to count out.
Coming off, man.
Brad Ruben has
Wheels are
shown his
coming off.
mixed game prowess
You know?
over the
Yeah.
last few
Closer
years
to a
with
jack
with
on
his
a
4
real team.
bracelets.
Pair of deuces.
I think you're the first person to call me with a pair of deuces this tournament and be wrong. I've lost some
Well, that makes you feel a
Like
little better.
four pots.
That makes you
It's
feel
a
a
pair
little
of
better.
deuces. I'm gonna fold. Either of you guys have to pee and want to take your break. Take our break now.
I'm down.
I
If
mean,
you
I
want
can
to.
also wait.
Yeah,
15
I mean,
minutes.
that's
It does say something to Brad Ruben's game that he is thinking on the level of, oh, a pair of deuces is the best bluff catcher at this point, blocking the
You're gonna
deuces
get
in
punished
Mike
for the slow
Watson's
roll.
hand. And if Mike Watson has a higher pair of anything, he is more inclined to bet than, say, if he catches an ace, a king, a queen, some jacks. It is the best candidate to bluff catch on the river, and decides to pay it off. Being wrong doesn't really matter. He knows the theory behind it. Watson with a straight draw. Remember, you can limp in this game now, so we might see him exercise this option. We might just see him throw on more aggression and raise. He does decide to just call, which I love that addition to this game. I love that you're allowed to call at this point. It just gives you so much more options for different decision trees going later on in the hand. Mercier does decide to raise it up. Very powerful 10-7-6 deuce hand. Note he does not have a flush draw because he has the 6 of diamonds and can pitch the 6 of spades.
Watson is going to come along here out of position. Going to draw 1. Hoping, of course, to not hit a 6 or a deuce. Sorry, a 7 or a deuce. That would make him a straight. Mercier with a much safer draw, tossing the 6 of spades.
Yeah, Watson is definitely hoping for an 8, 9, or 10 in this spot.
Watson makes a queen. Mercier makes a jack.
I expect this to go check, check. Like I said, you don't really want to be bluffing with too many of your kings, queens, or jacks at this point. You just want to take them to showdown and see who wins. I wonder if the dynamic between Mercier and Watson are giving more precedence to them wanting to play more pots against Brad Ruben and kind of avoid big pots against each other, to wait until they get heads up because they know how good each other are and don't really want to just gamble and knock one of them out in third place.
Must also feel a little bit sort of stressful for Brad Ruben, knowing he had that big chip lead for a long time and now being stuck in this Watson-Mercier sandwich to battle it out for the bracelet. The best he can sort of hope for is that he keeps making hands.
Yeah, exactly. He needs to either A, step up the aggression, or B, just make more hands, and it's so much easier to step up the aggression. It's so hard to make hands in this game. Watson raising the 2, 2, 3, 4 queen on the button does take it down against some pretty trashy hands from Mercier and Ruben.
So how do you think these guys study or practice a game that is spread literally only during WSOP, and then, you know, perhaps there's a few online series where it's included, but it's super rare to get a chance to play because even in the cash games, this is not a common game.
Right. I do think that these players, being Watson and Mercier, do get to play this in a cash game at a much higher frequency than Brad Ruben does. Especially at lower stakes, there's not too many big bet mixes. It's mostly limit. But getting to play anything online and getting thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of hands gives you such an advantage over the rest of the world where they don't get to play that many hands. We see two really powerful hands here. Mercier raising the button, 9-6-4-3 with an ace drawing 1. Watson with a wheel draw. You don't get to see this very often. A wheel is 7-5, 4-3 deuce, rainbow, no flush. Watson going to raise it up here with his premium draw. I like this aggression here. He knows that his hand is strong enough to go to war with if Mercier wants to play for more, or if Mercier does have a weaker hand, he could just take the hand down now.
This hand could get absolutely massive. Watson, not only with a phenomenal draw, he also has the additional deuce to toss, which makes his hand even stronger.
Right, I don't expect Mercier to go anywhere with his 9-6-4-3 draw. It's powerful enough, especially short-handed, that you just want to call and see what hand you can make after the draw.
Best case scenario here for Brad Ruben. All he wants is for some blood to be drawn between these two guys.
Right, you do not want them to have even stacks with you at this point. You kind of just want to preserve your stack and hope to get heads up between some sort of cooler situation. Watson drawing an ace and Mercier getting there, making the 9-6.
Interesting situation right now. Mercier out of position, making the hand he was looking for with a 9-6. How common is
Watson shutting it down with the ace, not knowing that he doesn't want to turn his hand into a bluff. Mercier definitely wants to bet this hand at a high frequency, maybe for not too many chips, but at a high frequency. Maybe he goes for a lot. Maybe he goes for a large sizing, trying to balance out his bluffs in this spot. He knows Watson's opening hand is very, very strong.
now? How much more likely is Watson to bluff if he would have caught like another deuce, for example, or a 3?
I think that's way more likely. If you catch a pair, you are more inclined to bluff than an ace. An ace at this point beats all pairs, and note Watson did have a pair of deuces, which eliminates a deuce from Mercier's hand, which makes it more likely that he paired a card higher than a deuce. So in Watson's shoes right now, we're looking at a pure bluff catcher with an ace. Mercier, we know, betting for value at this point, wants to get called. Can Watson make the right decision?
Mercier betting just shy of 1 million chips. This is going to be our biggest pot of the day so far if Watson finds a call.
Yeah, his hand is a pure bluff catcher at this point. Does Mercier have a pair? Does he have a straight in his hand? That's what we're going through. We're thinking about all the hands we've played over the last 3 days. Does lay it down. Mike Watson just playing lights out at this point. He's so good. You have to make hands at this point, but saving all those chips at that point. I mean, we've seen Jason Mercier pay off twice so far. Once was wrong and once was right. All Mike Watson has to do is flick in some chips, and they all go away.
Do they know I'm not Brad?
He makes the right decision. Very impressive.
Yeah, no, you don't want to.
You don't know what?
No, of course they do.
Jason Mercier taking over the chip lead. I think that's the first time Brad Ruben has dropped out of the chip lead this final table that we've
lucky
seen.
as fuck.
Bro.
Yeah. Have you heard of these guys?
Jason plays 2 tournaments a year. He wins one table, or the welcome start taking. Collects the money, goes home.
Oh my God. Come on, you guys gave me
Get
a
to walk with 9-7.
Fuck out of here.
Live read.
That's how good Mike Watson is.
Yeah. Finds the walk out of position against Jason Mercier when you know you're just going to get punished.
The funniest thing to me so far of this three-handed battle is Brad Ruben's consistent reminders of the fact that he is the underdog here. He's been joking with the rail, joking with the players that this is not a great spot for him.
Nadine
And
Sean
you know, he's
Craig.
keenly aware of the fact that poker is not all skill. There is some luck involved, and he's not been playing badly.
I only
Right.
play
but
tournaments that he's in because I know I'm not the donkey of the
Okay, for some reason, based on the voice and from what I can see, I want to say that's Craig Chait, but I'm not 100% sure. Craig Chait is one of the I don't know, proverbial punching bags of the poker community. He likes to give some shit and take some shit. I like it. Mike Watson, 7-4-4-3, does raise it from the button and take it down.
and continues with the aggression despite just losing a big hand. He's
Right.
just all action.
It does feel so bad when you're drawing to a wheel with an extra pair and missing, especially with an ace, and you just know you have to fold. It's pretty demoralizing, but Mike Watson has been there. He's seen it. He's still out there grinding away, not giving up.
Action on Mercier here with a pretty nice looking 2-card draw.
Yeah, very nice. 8-4 deuce can make some very powerful hands.
Continues with the min raising.
Ruben out of position. Does decide to call with a 1-card 10 draw.
Greg.
Craig Chait nailed it.
Your live reads are strong.
So good. If only I ran this well at poker this summer.
Mike Watson is going to come along as well. We're going to have three-way action here. It's going to go 1-2-2.
Yes, and Jason Mercier in position, the most powerful
Fire
position
in the
at
dark,
the
bro.
table,
Go ahead.
on the button.
Do it.
giving a little needle, little heckle. Oh wow, we got 3 powerful non-paired, non-straight hands. We might. Oh, Jason Mercier does pair. Mike Watson with his 2-draw, 6-5-3 does pick up the 7 and the 10 to give him the best hand. Jason Mercier is inclined to bluff at this point with his pair of 4s. He's thinking, if I really made my 10-8, what sizing would I go? Oh, does decide to just give it up. Mike Watson will win this pot, 750,000 going his way.
Not only am I glad I didn't bet, I'm glad I didn't make my hands. So. I was very close to a 10-8.
Here's a look at our free pick'em contest. Check out play.pgc.com for your chance to win your share of $5,000 in prizes. We're running daily contests on play.pgc.com. Go check it out. It is a little bit of fun to have on the side while you're watching our live streams.
Yeah, come on, Jace.
What?
Even when you lose the pot, you're fucking me over.
Kevin, I feel as though
Sorry.
the longer this takes, the fewer words we have to say.
I think so too. Jason Mercier is really putting on a show, not just with his poker, but with his verbal game as well.
Whew. Painful, but I'm going to let it go.
One of my first memories of Jason Mercier, when I first started playing poker, I would watch Jason Somerville stream on Twitch and watch his YouTube videos. And Jason Somerville and Jason Mercier are very close friends, and they're both in Canada playing coops together. And I just remember watching Jason Mercier and just being amazed with how good this guy is at mixed games. And Jason Somerville was my foray into mixed games way back in the day. And I'm so glad my life has gone down that path.
Yeah, I was always also an avid viewer of those streams, and I've been fortunate enough to watch Mercier and Somerville play a lot over the years. It was especially fun when Somerville hopped into some of those high-stakes 8-game cash games.
Yeah, exactly. I remember him and C Moose Power battling way back in the day. Limp and a check from Mercier and Ruben. This, I think this is going to go 2 and 3. Brad Ruben, not a good hand at all.
2-3.
Side note for anyone watching, I heard rumors through some little birdies that we will get a Jason Somerville sighting in the main event this year.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing?
Jason Somerville, a pork chop for the fans.
Yes. I don't know if I'm supposed to give that information out, but you guys just got a free sneak preview.
There's only 5,200 people watching.
That's nothing. Everyone tell one friend, they tell another friend.
By the way, if you're enjoying the coverage, my name is Remco Rinkema, Kevin Gerhardt alongside me to provide you with an exciting final table that is far from being concluded. There's a bracelet on the line along with $150,000. Make sure to smash that like button and subscribe to the channel if you are enjoying the content.
3 here.
3.
No. That one's mine. Yeah, that's my third. 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4. 5, 5, 5.
Cool.
Thank you.
We did get word that the players will be going on a break after this end.
Yeah, I got word that our producer Aiden is going to cut out the break.
Can we do it shorter if everyone gets back? Bob! You guys want longer than or shorter than 15 or longer?
Bob is great. One of the best floor staff
Yeah, 10's great.
that the World Series has to offer. Always great on the restarts. Always does the final tables. Fantastic. Very similar hand here. Ace, 9-7-3, Ace King, 9-7-3, both drawing 2. Come on, Brad. You paired your top card. There's no other hand that you want to bluff with. Come on, find it. I don't think it's getting through, but I'm very happy to see this bluff at this point. I'm really, really happy that he's using his image as a tight player who has checked every single pair that he's had, and he just gets snap called from Mike Watson at this point.
Said it again.
Even if your bluffs don't work, that's not an excuse not to continue bluffing.
I see it, bro. I see it.
Nice hand.
All right, the players are going on a 15-minute break. We're going to cut out that break. We're going to be back in about 2 minutes tops. Fill up your drinks, like the video, subscribe to the channel, do all that good stuff. In about 2 minutes, we'll continue the action of this $1,500 no limit deuce to 7 single draw final table. See you in a bit.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'll send the invoice. All right, there you go. 15 minutes condensed into less than 2 cards back in the air here at the final table of this No Limit Deuce event. My name is Remco Rinkema, Kevin Gerhardt alongside of me. Jason Mercier, our new chip leader. Mike Watson so far has been the MVP. And Brad Ruben facing an uphill battle.
I have to say something.
Brad Ruben not only lost the chip league, he is currently in last place, not in the danger zone, but currently in last place against these two behemoths of the craft of deuce to 7 single draw. Brad Ruben on the button this hand. Blinds have gone up. It's 60,000 small blind, 120,000 big blind with 180,000 ante. That means there's 360,000 in the middle to fight for every single hand. Brad Ruben raising it up. Jack 8, 8, 6 deuce. You have to keep on the aggression. You cannot wait for good one-card hands. Mike Watson coming along out of the small blind. Jason Mercier folds. Watson does have a good one draw to the 9-5-4 deuce, but being out of position, so detrimental at this point. Mike Watson pairing his fours, perfect opportunity to place a bet, which he would do with all of his made hands at this point, and it was a one draw versus a two draw. He does decide to check. Very interesting.
Fours.
1-1.
I think Mike Watson regrets after it goes check check not betting in that spot, knowing that he should have. I don't know if Ruben can call after catching an ace and a queen. Yes, he only beats pairs at that point.
Yeah, I'll take a black iced coffee, please.
I'll make sure it's iced coffee.
Yeah, thank you. It's all good.
Can I get a green tea, lemon honey, please? Thank
You
you.
mind taking these? Is this yours?
Players ramping up on some caffeine, coffee and tea. Going to be in for the long haul at this point. And you can see Brad Ruben knocking Mike Watson down to third place. These players are so close in chips. One hand could swing everything.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, the 5K 6 max on day 2 right now, Matt Berkey is the chip leader. They had 920 players in that event last year. They have 1,200 players this year.
And it's still one of the hardest events of the entire summer. That's insane. Every good player that you can imagine is going to be playing this event. And once you get down to the final couple of tables, it will be all known players. Mercier limp small to big. Brad Ruben with his 10-9-7-4 draw decides to raise it up, and Mercier just snap folds.
Still not at 1,000 likes yet. SMH, as some might say. But I do want to say it's so cool to see so many people interested in different variations of poker. We had a blast with the Millie Maker final table last night. It is fun to mix it up here on the Horseshoe feed. And I'm sad to say that this is our last mixed game stream on the Horseshoe table. But of course, the 10K version of this event is still to come on PokerGo on Saturday.
There's only a couple events for me left this series. It's going to be bittersweet at the end. I hope to make at least one final table.
How many?
2.
Jason Mercier joined to a 9-8, a Jack 9-8-6, decides to keep the Jack in position against a 2-draw. Mike Watson drawing 1, catching a king. Check, playing in flow. His hand is basically a bluff catcher at this point. Does Jason Mercier want to turn his pair of jacks into a bluff, knowing that he is not going to win this hand? Has to fire something. Bets half pot. Mike Watson can only beat a bluff at this point.
But since bluffing is a big part of this game, he is going to give it some serious thought.
Yeah, bluffing, especially at this point, is such a huge part of the game. If you can pick up, I mean, there's already a million chips in the pot. If you can pick up any of these hands, you can catapult yourself into great positions with your chip stack. Pretty long tank.
It's funny how, you know, someone like a Brad Ruben can hide very easily at a 7-handed table in this game. But now that we're 3-handed, the pressure is just on him constantly.
Right. And these other two players are not giving up any chips. Every decision is so important at this point. Mike Watson definitely needing to take a minute to make the right decision at this point. It is only 3 blinds of his 30, but it's still worth so much to his stack.
I feel like the longer Watson thinks, the more likely he's going to call.
I think so too, but yeah, he does decide to give it up.
I mean, Donnie Peters loves to say, think long, think wrong.
Yeah, I've heard that many times.
Yeah, flat smack in the chat says, tight is right until you're 3-handed.
Yeah.
I feel like 3-handed play is in many ways the most complicated form of tournament play.
Yeah, I think so.
Because in heads-up play, you know, of course you're one-on-one, so it's hard to really make massive mistakes when there's only one person to consider. When it's 3-handed, there's still that ICM implication. There's still a lot to consider about, you know, getting 3-bet, going up against players in multi-way hands where everybody is involved. It's just a very, very tricky game.
Right. Especially in this format where not a lot of people have very much experience. We're just very lucky to see such titans competing for the gold bracelet. Jason Mercier getting dealt such a massive hand. 9-7, 5-4-3. Brad Ruben opening the button. Obviously a 2-draw with the ace and king in his hand. Mercier out of position, does decide to bump it up. Pretty big raise, more than 3x at this point. I think it's just going to work. Brad Ruben showing some balance here in tanking a little bit. Probably knowing right when he gets 3-bet that he does not want to continue in this hand. Oh, I guess he does. Are we sure the card reader's right? Does he really want to draw 2 against a 3-bet?
Wow, let's have a look and see if he spreads his cards again, or, you know, based on how many cards he tosses.
Yeah, this is quite a large pot.
4-3 deuce with the ace and the king.
Oh, he says oops.
Oops, of course, referring to the fact that Mercier is pat.
Oh, he does have 2-3-4. That's one of the best, if not the best, starting 3 cards that you could have. He does say oops, catches an 8 and then the ace behind it. Mercier with the 9-7 pat is going to bet here, and probably for a pretty good sizing. Nope, he goes for a small sizing, try and get some value from whatever Brad Ruben can muster. I wonder if Brad Ruben thinks that these guys are really trying to push him around, not really playing against each other, and that's why he decided to call. He is in position. He does have one of the best 2-card draws, if not the best 2-card draws. Oh boy.
Wow.
He is going for it. This is fantastic. Mercier is going to be put in such a tough spot with a jack or a bad 10. With the 9-7, I don't think he can find the fold unless he really wants to make a hero fold. He did say earlier that he has never heard Brad Ruben say pair or you got it. This is such a tough spot for him. What a great play from Brad Ruben. I love this, putting almost his tournament life on the line, you know, at least half of his chips in play. Really, really nice sizing. The snap call from Jason Mercier.
Jason Mercier calls it off here, and Brad Ruben takes a massive hit to his stack as Mercier chips up in a massive way during 3-handed play in this event.
I know. I just want a big card.
So I really,
What the hell? I
really
know
like
those
that
guys
from Brad
too.
Ruben.
You know
He's
those
using
guys?
his table image. He's
Room for him over me.
increasing the variance against 2 players that he knows are better than him at this game. He knows that Jason Mercier could be doing that with a Pat Jack, with a Pat 10, with a much worse hand than what he had. And he just got unlucky to run into what we say top of range at that point. Brad Ruben, really, really impressive stuff. Yes, the bluffs don't always work, and the last 2 times he's bluffed have gotten called. Maybe he'll shy away from it in the future, but that's really impressive from him to go for it in these spots where he knows he has to make some moves. Brad Ruben, now our short stack, under 2 million chips. Jason Mercier, the big stack, over 8 million chips.
You just have 2 purples, right?
Yeah.
Less than 14 million chips in play, having 8 million of the chips. It's more than half of the chips in play. Brad Ruben, come on, buddy. Keep your head up. Stay on your game. You can still spin this. No reason to get discouraged at this point. Very interesting. Jason Mercier decides to limp small to big blind. Brad Ruben checks, and then Mercier decides to pat his king jack against the 2 draw of Brad Ruben. He knows that when Brad checks back, he doesn't have a 1 draw. It's at least a 2 draw, maybe even a 3 draw. So patting a king probably gives him an equity edge in this pot, heads up, and just wants to get to showdown and collect the dead ante that's in the middle for 180,000. Jason Mercier really, really playing well and getting rewarded when getting dealt a pretty premium hand.
Mercier now sitting on 69 big blinds, Watson on 30, and Brad Ruben on 14. Ruben really has his work cut out for him. He's going to need to make some hands, and he's going to need to do it fast because those blinds and antes are coming around at a increasingly high pace, so it seems.
Right, and when you have 14 blinds as Brad Ruben, you really do have to start making hands. We don't really have the wiggle room or the chips to start bluffing or continue bluffing as it were. We need to go back to nice solid poker, but once we build it up, we need to play how we think poker should be played. You know, even if a decision doesn't work out for you, it doesn't mean it was the wrong decision. Ruben limping small to big, jack 9-9, 7 deuce. Drawing 2 to the 9-7 deuce. Watson, very, very bad hand with the queen 10-10, 10-6. Brad Ruben making sure that he does not draw to the 9-7 deuce flush draw. Keeping the 9 of clubs in his hand just in case he picks up 2 low hearts. And Watson drawing 4 to the 6.
I got piles, bro. We're playing no limit deuce.
Brad bets just over 1 big blind with his ace.
Yeah, I know. Massive.
Mike Watson pairing kings with an ace, no chance.
Something, and Watson has like 3 point something, and the other kid is like 1.5. I'll try not to.
The rare time where you can value bet an ace.
Who won that one? You did?
I did, yeah. The 2 draw beat the 4 draw.
Was there a showdown?
No. But I told him I value bet the ace. One of the rare times you could do that.
Mercier currently sitting on 5 World Series of Poker bracelets, tied with the likes of Michael Mizrachi, Adam Friedman, Elia Lesra, Brian Yoon, Josh Aryeh, John Manette, Benny Glazer. It's good company to be in.
That's a list right there. That is just a number of crushers.
The man to my right here, Kevin Gerhardt, tied with Dan Zach. Actually, you have 4 bracelets, right?
Just 4, yep.
Why is this stat not updated? It says you have 3 on this screen.
A lot of the times they don't count the online bracelet that I won.
Eric Dani, if you're listening, get that man updated. You were tied with Puggy Pearson.
Puggy Pearson.
Puggy Pearson, Kevin Gerhardt. Mr. Bobby Baldwin, also 4 bracelets. Amarillo Slim, Tom McAvoy, Huck Seed, Mike Matisow. You're in good company there.
Oh yeah, Mike Matisow and Huck Seed. Yep. Old school legends. Still around.
Also George Dancer, who we haven't seen in quite a while.
Yeah, he needs to make a comeback too.
Legend of the mid-2000s, or mid-2010s, I guess.
Brad Ruben raised up this hand. Mercier called out of the big blind, drawing 1. Brad Ruben drawing 2. Jason Mercier pairing a 6. Brad Ruben making a 10-6. Step 1, make good hands. Step 2, put money into the pot. Step 3, win the chips. Mercier not bluffing at this spot, even though Brad Ruben did draw 2. You just heard Jason Mercier talking off screen with one of his friends saying, don't get outplayed. And he says, I'll try not to, deciding to just fold his pair of 6s at this point.
Buttons right.
Brad Ruben, much needed pot. Getting him out of the danger zone. Back over 20 big blinds at this point. Just stay on your game. Don't get discouraged. Don't let off the gas.
I feel like at this point, with the stack that Mercier has, it is so hard, unless you cooler him, to really win significant pots off of him in outplaying him.
Right. Completely agree.
Everybody has 5?
Yeah.
No free ads, but I've seen many people ask in the chat, what are those sunglasses that Jason Mercier is wearing? I believe they are Goodr, G-O-O-D-R. I own a pair of those myself. They're pretty cool. They're cheap. Mercier with a whole new look. If you look at his Wikipedia page, you might not recognize him.
Yeah, coming very incognito. Mike Watson raising the button. King Jack 8-7-4. Jason Mercier defending out of the small blind 10-6-6-5-4. Jason Mercier drawing 1 out of position again. Again making a pair of 6s, and Mike Watson making the Jack 8-7-4-3. Maybe this goes check check. Maybe Watson goes for a little bit of value.
Some people in the chat saying that this game looks much easier than No Limit Hold'em. While on the surface perhaps it does, because there's only 2 rounds of betting.
6s.
It is a complicated game in the sense that you're trying to find creative ways to make money, much more so than in No Limit Hold'em.
Right. winning pots without showdown in this game is so key. It's really hard, and there's not very many opportunities to be able to win pots without showdown. The blinds and antes are really getting up there, and every hand someone has to put 180,000 chips dead into the middle for everyone else to fight for. Jason Mercier, 64 big blinds. Mike Watson, 32 big blinds. Brad Ruben, 18 big blinds at this point.
Yori is making a point saying, surely the easiness of the game depends on your opposition.
Yes.
This Mercier-Watson sandwich, most likely one of the toughest spots any player could find themselves in. Kevin, if you were in Brad Ruben's seat, would you be sort of second-guessing yourself at every stage of this event?
I think so. I think just having the mental mindset of being against better players than you and being scared hurts so much at this point. I think Brad Ruben is really feeling it now. I still am really impressed that he's still able to go for these bluffs against these top world-class players. Brad Ruben limping, small blind to big blind. Mike Watson, Queen Jack 10-9-5, just applying pressure to Brad Ruben and taking down a pretty reasonable pot. Brad Ruben back to 2 million chips, 17 big blinds. I think we're going to see some fireworks pretty soon. I think if you get two good one draws against each other or a pat against a one draw, I think Brad Ruben is quite inclined to ramp up the aggression, not really play for second place. He needs to play for the victory at this point.
And of course, him being a short stack really eliminates any ICM worries he could have, you know, not giving away. The chip lead is much worse. Or it's not as bad gambling now versus when you play stuff, right?
Yeah, if Mike Watson were to just a huge complication with Jason, that would just be a catastrophe for him. Mercier doing the walk with 5 wheel cards, but 3 of a kind.
If you're joining us on YouTube, please don't forget to hit that like button. We're almost at 1,000 likes. That might be a record for No Limit Deuce to 7 single draw. Don't really get to show this game off too often. My name is Remco Rinkema, 4-time bracelet winner Kevin Gerhardt alongside me in the booth. We're happy to provide you with coverage of this final table.
You have greens on the other side of the tower or no? You?
Oh, yeah, I have a million in greens.
But none on the extra, like, over, behind.
He's got 2 stacks of
Yeah,
greens.
that's fine.
Mike Watson, pat hand here with Brad Ruben in the big blind. This is one half of the recipe that I was just cooking up. We'll see a raise from Mike Watson on the button with a pat 10.
This guy's got a pregnant wife?
I took that line from Nick.
Oh, Jason Mercier, premium one draw, 7-5-3 deuce.
Wow.
I wonder if he wants to raise here to put pressure on Watson, knowing that Brad Ruben is so short. Maybe like 850,000 at this point from what we've seen in the past.
790.
790, just over 3x. And Brad Ruben waking up with a pretty reasonable 10-6-4-3 holding in the big blind. Man, what a spot for Ruben. I think all options are on the table. I think fold is the best option, but you could make an argument for everything. But seeing the aggression from the 2 bigger stacks in front of you, you just want some blood.
So when you're Watson here, what options do you really have? Like for example, right? If I'm getting into an aggressive mindset, I could even see myself shoving here because you're in position.
Right. And as long as you think you can make a 9-7-6, shoving is not a bad play at all. You can get a lot of Jason's hands to fold at this point. I think calling is the best option. If Jason draws 1, you can pat your 10, knowing that you're an equity favorite, and just use position and use your brain to make the best decision after the flop or after the draw. Calling in this point, Jason can pretty safely assume, oh boy, he breaks a 10-9 in position, knowing that he has an equity advantage to try and go for a better hand.
Watson makes makes the better pair at showdown, but Mercier pairs a wheel card, which is going to be very likely for him to continue with, especially because Watson also drew one card.
Right.
Can we see him bomb this?
I think so. When you take this line pre, especially as the big stack, and you pair your top card, the odds of you winning this hand at showdown, he just checks and gives up.
Surprising check from Jason Mercier.
Sevens.
Sevens?
Yeah. Fours.
Wow.
Wow.
I think this hand could have played out so differently in so many respects. Mike Watson could have padded pre with knowing that Jason Mercier drawing one, he has an equity advantage in the hand. He decided to break, to go for the 9-7-6-4. Pairs his 4. Jason Mercier pairs his top card, drawing to a wheel, decides not to turn it into a bluff with the big stack, knowing he can put unlimited pressure on Mike Watson, just decides to shut it down, and is now, I think he's regretting.
Yeah, he's shaking his head a little bit there.
I think he might be a little bit rattled from the decision that he just made to give up after pairing his top card, which he knows once you pair your 7, you're not winning at any capacity. And there was 2 million chips in the pot.
I was literally expecting Mercier to go like 1.3 million.
Yeah, I thought so too. I think he is Mercier afraid to give up the chip lead? Is he? I'm still confused by this hand.
I mean, you can clearly see by his body language that he is very unhappy with how that played out. Shaking his head. Looks a little bit more tense.
No, terrible.
7 draw.
Pretty good.
He is, yeah, and he hasn't said a word after the hand either. He's normally
Blockers to your wheel.
very talkative, very jovial at the table. I think he's still thinking about that hand in that pot and the 2 million chips that could be in his stack and not be in Watson's stack at this point. Jason Mercier could have 9 million of the 14 million chips in play, and he just decided to shut it down at the wrong time.
Tough mentally, you guys start heckling. No. no. Yeah, let's not do that.
Oh man, shake it off, Jason. You still got this.
Yeah. You're too nice to do that.
Despite losing that hand, Mercier's still the chip leader, but Watson took quite a leap forward, closer to him. Talk to us a little bit about Watson's decision to check behind there with pocket 4s. You know, is that a tough spot for him to bluff because Mercier can just trying to get the showdown there with a weaker made hand?
I mean, there's so many decisions in that hand that could have gone either way. I really don't know about him checking back with 4s and deciding not to put any more money into the pot. Maybe there is some sort of dynamic between Jason and Watson where they want to eliminate Ruben and then play for all of it heads up.
Appreciate it.
It's obviously not cheating or anything. It's not flow playing. It's just maybe there's some sort of ICM dynamic between the two of them, knowing that Brad Ruben only has 14 big blinds at this point, and they don't want to put all the chips in the middle.
True fans, you guys are even studying.
Both players knew that each other were drawing to very strong hands. Look at this. Mike Watson pairing his top card and Jason Mercier pairing his top card. This is going to come down to aggression. I hope someone puts something into the pot, knowing that they need to bluff at this pot to win the hand.
Mercier immediately looking at his stack as soon as Watson checked. And he is going to fire out here.
Yeah, this just has to work from the table dynamic that we just saw. Obviously, when you pair your 9s, it's not a very good bluff catcher. But we can see that Watson does have the best hand with 100%. There's no world where Mike Watson calls at this point. He's either going to raise or fold, knowing that his hand is most likely not good at showdown, and he is reaching for chips at the right time.
Wow.
After seeing Jason Mercier pair his top card 7 and not bluff, Mike Watson decides to go for a check raise after pairing his top card on one of the very next hands. Wow.
Mike Watson clearly above the rim right now, playing extremely well and quickly closing the gap here with Jason Mercier for the tournament chip lead. Mercier again scratching his head, looking up at perhaps some of his friends on the rail. Things not going well for him. Just minutes after the rail told him, don't get outplayed.
Yeah. I think he might be in his own head right now. You just got to shake it off. You're still the chip leader. You still have 53 big blinds. You are not short. Just play poker the way it should be played. You got plenty of chips to work with.
One other angle that we haven't really sort of went too deep into, the fact that Watson broke his made hand there in that hand versus Mercier.
Yeah, there were so many decisions that could have gone either way to swing what happened in that hand. I think the most surprising is breaking a 10-9-7 to draw to a 9-7. After you're in position and your opponent is drawing 1. I mean, you don't really beat too many extra hands from making a 9-7 versus a 10-9.
Ace. Queen.
Mercier again on the losing hand here.
Just on a downswing after correctly calling the big bluff from Brad Ruben. He was up to 9 million chips, and now he's down to 6.2. Still the chip leader, still 52 big blinds. Maybe this needs to be like the NFL, where each player gets one timeout to call and recoup themselves.
Mercier definitely in need of a timeout here. And it's funny how he was so chatty, chirpy, dishing it out left and right. Ever since losing that hand, he's gone really, really quiet, which is also understandable.
Yeah.
The flow emotionally of a tournament is filled with ups and downs. Mercier currently on a bit of a down, but has to realize he is still the chip leader in this event with 3 players remaining.
Yeah, when he was chatty and chirpy, he had about 3 million chips, and now he has double that and needs to focus and get back on his grind. We've seen in the past this exact same situation play out where Mike Watson has 3 10s with 2 undercards and Brad Ruben has limped to him. I expect to see Watson raising here at a pretty high frequency. We've shown in the past he's done this exact same play. Pretty big raise too, about 3.5x. Does work, does take it down. Brad Ruben not drawing to the 8-5-3, 2 draw out of position against Mike Watson. Maybe if he sees that Watson has done this to him twice, maybe he'll start playing more aggressive with his hands instead of just limp folding. I think you could still see it in Jason Mercier's face. The glasses are on. He's looking away from everything, not talking, shuffling his chips.
Yeah.
If you're experiencing some audio issues, please refresh your video. Sometimes after YouTube runs an ad, there's been some interference on the audio. I've told YouTube about this, so we're on it. But so far, nothing on our end that we can do about it. But I hope you are all enjoying the coverage. And here is Mike Watson with a made 10-9. Especially given the recent dynamics and the way that Mercier has been playing, makes this hand and the situation even more precarious for Mercier if he finds a playable hand.
Right. I wonder if we're going to see Mercier snap out of it. Brad Ruben did just ask Jason a question or tell him something, and we just got a one-word yeah out of Jason with nothing else on top of it.
Watson pat here. Mercier draws 2. Mercier hits an ace. Watson's 10-9 is best. Watson checks, potentially assuming that Mercier is more likely to bluff because he's maybe a little bit off his game
right
at this point in time. But Mercier, you know, sort of gathering himself, playing it slow, staying like, I mean, I guess sticking to the basics a little bit for a while until you get that confidence back.
Yeah.
Not getting out of line. Also realizing perhaps that he needs to just, you know, take a step back, take a breather, This is far from lost. He's still the chip leader.
Right.
But
well,
speaking of chip leads, that has now changed, by the way. Mike Watson currently the chip leader.
yeah, Jason Mercier straight down from 9 million to under 6 million now, and in second place. Brad Ruben still the short stack with only 14 big blinds, 1.7 million. Wow, Mike Watson dealt an absolute premium monster
Oh, wow.
here. I think the cards are swinging. We saw Brad Ruben start the final table just making hand after hand. And then we saw Jason Mercier making hand after hand, and now it's Mike Watson just getting hit by the deck. Just takes it down with a pat 8 on the button. That's
You have to show that.
that's a bad feeling.
Pat 8?
Pat 8.
Damn.
Pat?
Pat.
Patata?
No more cards.
No more cards.
All right, Jason Mercier
It's
back.
back,
to,
yeah.
I think he snapped out of it. Come on.
One of the funniest hands of triple draw I ever played was my first summer in Vegas. I was 21 years old playing some small stakes mix around town. We're all joking around drinking. I get dealt a deuce and 4 random cards in the big blind. It gets capped to me, and I'm like, you know what? We're just going to go for it. Draw 4. Make number 1 on the first draw. Managed to check raise every single street.
Oh my gosh.
Because no one believed. I mean, we're drinking, we're having fun. No one believed any of it.
Yeah.
Check raised every single street, and you know, I'll probably never win a pot that big ever again.
Yeah. that's fantastic. Oh boy. Jason Mercier opening the button, pretty weak holding. Brad Ruben shoving from the small blind, 1.4 million chips, 9-7-6-3 draw. Jason cannot continue, and aggression is going to win this from Brad Ruben.
So let's make this into a teaching moment, Kevin. Ruben all in for 16 bigs. What sort of hand, both drawing and made, is Mercier looking to call with there?
Pat 8's on
Oh, he wants to be at least drawing to a 9. He wants at least a pat 10 or a pat jack to continue, or drawing to a 9 or better. That's what I would look for, especially three-handed with this dynamic. Maybe you could make an argument that since Ruben has been playing tight, that you could have some sort of a tighter range than that.
Go ahead.
But I think that's the pretty standard range.
I can't wait.
Jason did not have a good hand to call with Jack 10, 10, 7. Not a hand you want to call with or draw to. Brad Ruben back to 2 million chips, 16 big blinds, 7-4-3 on the button. Calls on the button. Very interesting. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. I haven't really experimented with limping from positions other than the small blind. I'm not exactly sure what to think of this play. Maybe you just want to see a cheap draw from the button, even though it is a 2 draw, but you are drawing to a wheel.
560,000. I would sneak one in there.
Ruben says he wanted to just sneaky get a chance to draw 2, but Mike Watson is not about it. He is extending his chip lead and currently in full control of this final table. He's been playing extremely dominant from the start.
Going to 4K big?
A lot.
4K big? How many entries?
I'm glad y'all had the poker knowledge to not cheer my limp fold. Good job. That's not cheer worthy.
Watson on the button, not a hand he wants to play with. Jason Mercier, King, Queen, Jack, 10-6, decides to limp. I wonder what the thought process is here. And yeah, Brad Ruben with a convertible 9 or convertible Jack 9-7-5-3. Can't do anything else except go all in. I wonder what the thought process with Jason Mercier there was. Maybe there's a chance that if Brad just raised small, that Mercier would
I don't know who you are.
jam over the top. I'm not exactly sure what the strategy was there. Do we stay pat with a king because it worked before? Do we draw 3 to a 10-6? We draw 2 to a Jack 10-6. I'm not sure what the thought process behind that was. And that's why limping in this game, allowing it, is fantastic because it gives so many more branches to your decision tree. Jason Mercier under 5 million chips now.
As the chat is pointing out, I haven't seen a flop in a while.
Walk.
I think if you see a flop in this game, the dealer made a mistake.
I think it has happened in every single draw tournament where the dealer starts putting a flop
and
out.
everyone's like, no, stop.
Stop, stop, stop. Put those back.
Yeah.
Reverse order, please, on those cards.
It's always reverse order, yeah. If you want to play a flop game, there's, I don't know, thousands of people that are playing a 1K Super Turbo Bounty 10-handed no limit. That'll be the tournament for you.
It's a one-day event also.
One day, yeah. You win a bracelet in 1 day. Starting at noon.
Ruben here raising the button. 10-8-8-7-4. Picks up the blinds and antes.
And I don't know how many hands it's been since Mercier has dragged a chip, but it's been quite a bit. It's been multiple orbits.
So of the last 10 hands, Watson has won 6, Ruben has won 4, Mercier has won 0.
Yeah.
If you're just tuning in, this is the final table of the $1,500 no-limit deuce-to-7 single draw. The name of the game says it all. Deuce 2-7. That is the best possible hand. No straights, no flushes. 1 draw. This game is no limit with 2 rounds of betting. The blinds are 60K, 120K with 180K big blind ante. Yes, a bigger ante than usual to drive some action. We started today with 5 players. Erik Seidel finishing in 5th. Jon Turner in 4th. We are now 3-handed for the bracelet. My name is Remco Rinkema. Kevin Gerhardt, 4-time bracelet winner, alongside me here to provide some insights into this wonderful game.
Went from 8.5 to 4.5 without winning a hand.
Jason Mercier making the same comment we did, finally picking up a pot, raising a 2 draw from the small blind into the 2 draw of Brad Ruben out of the big blind, and Brad just finding a fold.
Mercier does seem a bit more relaxed.
Yeah, I think he's finally snapping out of the hand where he just had a little mishap. Maybe, you know, tried to make the right decision at the right time and very quickly realized it was the wrong one. There we go. Mercier raising the button now. He's back in it. 10-8-7 deuce, 1 draw.
Wow!
Oh my gosh!
Oh my God! Which number is this, Kevin?
This is number 5.
The 5th best hand in the game, given to Mike Watson.
Do you know how hard it is to make number 5 when you have 3 draws at it? He's just dealt another 8 in this spot after Jason Mercier raised the button. So obviously we're going to be raising here. I wonder how Jason Mercier is going to continue.
I don't want to go into sort of claiming I know what these guys are thinking, but the dynamics are so interesting with Mercier having been playing very, very tight, and then once he raises it up again, Watson coming back over the top. Clearly, before I can even finish my sentence, Mercier has already folded.
Right.
But it is extra interesting given that the dynamics have been shifting in that direction.
Yeah. And we have been talking about Mike Watson being on a little bit of a heater at this point, building up his chip lead to over 7 million chips, over half of the chips in play at this point. Brad Ruben still hanging around with 15 big blinds. We're not going to count anyone out at this point. All it takes is 1 hand, 1 cooler, and we could very easily be heads up. Watson with a 1 draw from the small blind. I expect aggression here. Gotta ride the wave. Oh, he decides to limp. And Jason Mercier, not a very good hand. Checks back. Look at that. Mercier ending up with the best hand. We haven't seen that. Haven't seen that in a while. I think we're just gonna go check, check. Maybe a little confidence booster again. Back to Jason Mercier. He finds a bet with the Jack 10. I love it. This is great. Good job, Jason. Finding some thin value in a spot where most people would just happily check back with a Jack 10.
Like your front stack's a little.
Is what?
Mercier finally gets to
This
pick up some chips again.
Yeah.
And there's some debate in the chat about the pronunciation of Jason Mercier's hands. He's very adamant about the pronunciation, and this goes way back to when Isabella Mercier from France, or from Canada, the French-Canadian, was on the scene at the same time as Mercier, and they were both represented by PokerStars. Back then, Mercier made an effort to emphasize that for many generations, his family has gone by Mercier, and he wants to always be referred to as Mercier, and that's how that started, because of course when you have a Mercier and a Mercier, that becomes quite a thing. So yeah, if you want to put him on tilt, go with the French pronunciation, because he is not a fan of that, and his entire family does it that way. So why would we try to claim to know how that name is being pronounced?
I'm just happy I'm right on this one. You know, if you try to convince me that it was the other way around, I don't know if I could change that easily. Well, we saw the other two. Brad ordered a coffee and Mike ordered a tea. I think I've only seen Jason drinking water at this point. Maybe he needs a little bit of caffeine in his diet for this final table.
Speaking of, haven't seen Isabella Mercier in a long time. Before your time, Kevin?
Yeah, I don't even know who that is.
One of the original female crushers in the game of poker. No Mercy was her online name.
Oh, it's spelled the same too.
It's spelled the same, exactly the
okay.
same. Yep. Her live results date back to 2001. She won the Ladies Night Out World Poker Tour Invitational back in 2004, and was a mainstay on the European Poker Tour for many years.
I was 12 years old in 2001. Brad drawing 1 with his 9-8-4-3 after limping it, and Watson checking back. Check. Watson drawing 2 as a king now, and still continuing to build his chip stack. Back over 7 million now for Mike Watson.
If you're just tuning in, please let us know in the chat who you were rooting for. Very curious to see how much, Team Mercier, Team Watson, and Team Ruben we have in the chat.
Being unbiased, I want the underdog. We all know who that is, but that's who I want to win. I think Watson is going to win. If you keep getting dealt 9 7s and 8s, you're gonna do all right.
Watson, of course, with an absolute smasher of a hand, and Mercier gets dealt a jack high straight. The name of the game is not 5-card draw.
Yeah, you do not want to play this hand, and if you do want to play this hand, you will not be pat, because a straight is very bad when you lose to every pair, every lower straight. Not a hand you want to be playing.
Watson, meanwhile, up to 61 big blinds. Mercier on 37. And Ruben still hovering around 15 bigs. Most of those profits in front of the Canadian coming from Mercier. It's been one-way traffic for the last little while.
Yeah, him raising up here with a 10-6 3-deuce on the button is quite strong. Brad Ruben willing to risk it all. 10-9-5 deuce-deuce, extra deuce, drawing to a 10. Now the decision is on Mike Watson. Being in position, drawing to a pretty good 10. I think he's going to give it up.
Watson lays it down, and Ruben picks up the blinds and antes.
So currently in the 10K version of this field, we have players such as Alex Livingston, Sean Chacon, Sean Deep, Nick Schulman, Billy Baxter, Chad Eveslage, Chance Corneth, Darren Elias. Some absolute crushers early on in the field.
A lot of the no-limit guys also love this game.
Yeah, they do. It's a pretty easy transition into this game from no limit, just based on 2 streets of betting and the value of aggression and bluffing. And some of the best players in the world in no limit also play this game. That's not really. I don't really want a table with any of those people that I just named.
I don't think there's any good tables in that event.
I don't think so either. I've played it, I think, once or twice, and no luck. Jason Mercier waking up with a pat 10-8-6-4-3 on the button. Mike Watson 9-7-5-4, not a straight draw, drawing to a 9, pretty good hand. Decides to come along for 1 extra big blind.
1 and Pat will be the action here.
Yes. Watson once again pairing his 9, his top card. Has all options on the table. We could check raise, we could check fold, we could lead out as a bluff. What does he want to do? How strong does he think Jason Mercier's hand is at this point? Pairing your top card. Always a good bluff candidate. Mike Watson just laying on the pressure, coming with the aggression, betting big. Looks like a full pot size bet. Wow, a full pot size and a snap call from Jason Mercier, feeling it. And he is right. That's going to be a huge boost to not only Jason Mercier's stack, but his confidence as well.
You got to love Mike Watson for trying that.
Yeah.
This backfired, and Mercier now back to sort of where he was 30 minutes ago.
Right.
This must feel really, really good for him. Not only does he chip
You
up,
in the 5K too?
he also bridges the gap with Mike Watson.
Yeah, they're almost neck and neck for the chip lead now. Jason Mercier must have had his mind made up that no matter what happened, he was calling. I don't think I've seen an action that fast. The chips were in almost before the dealer was done counting. All right, now Jason's won 5 of the last 10 hands. Very streaky game here. Very close. 49 big blinds from Mike Watson, 47 for Jason Mercier, and 17 for Brad Ruben.
So just stacks the green or no? Just one.
Just one stack, yeah.
Yeah, okay. The 5 purples.
Yeah. 1.9.
Yep. Let's see it.
Jason Mercier doing a little accounting of Brad Ruben's stack. I think Brad is probably going to put in a raise. Might want to play for all of it with this hand based on the aggression that we've seen earlier.
Raise 415,000.
Does come with a pretty substantial raise. 3.5x.
Should be pretty easy fold for Mercier here.
I would think so. He wants to call and draw two and see what happens. So we'll see how the cards run out here. It's a big pot for Brad Ruben at this point with under 1.5 million left in his stack and over 1 million chips in the pot. Draw two versus a draw one. In position, Brad Ruben. What can he make out of this 10 draw?
Wow, really surprised to see Mercier call here. Ruben makes his 10-9-8. A king 9 for Mercier. He's going to surely have a tough spot here.
We saw the 7 first for Mercier. A little bit of a sweat for him. I wonder which card he sweated first, but seeing the king is not good for his hand at all. I wonder if Brad Ruben wants to go for a little bit of value at this point. Have some balance between his value and his pair bluffs. We have seen Jason Mercier with an affinity of calling with king, hoping to see pairs or straights in opponent's hands, and Brad turns over the winner. Much needed pickup for him.
Wow.
Almost 3 million chips now. Great spot.
Wow, Mercier seemed to have stopped the bleeding there for only a few hands, but then this hand knocks him down considerably, and more importantly for the dynamics, Ruben now with a real stack.
Yeah, back over 20 big blinds. Great spot to be. Can still play some poker. Very well played hand. Very nice value bet on the end.
If you're enjoying the coverage on YouTube today, please don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. We only need about 90 more subscribers on the YouTube channel to get to 435,000.
Wow, that's awesome. I remember starting the 50K and having just over 420.
Exactly.
Thanks everyone for doing that.
It's been a hot summer here.
Yeah, it's great.
At the World Series of Poker.
What was the bet? What was the over under that
I wanted to hit $500,000 during the main event. We're still a little bit off the mark there, but hey, the main event is of course the largest event in all of poker. So 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. It's not impossible. I'm aiming high. Hopefully we can pull it off.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Thank you.
You want? what sugar-free or
My wife
two
was asking
regular?
me-
See, every time I've made a final table, everyone on my rail always wants beers, so I order like 20
I
beers
saw
at
your
the
wife
same
in
time
Bahamas,
and
I
have
think.
them bring out these giant trays. All these, they're just drinking Red Bulls
Yeah,
and
I got you.
waters.
Give me a
And
second.
come on, let's liven this party up a little bit.
I totally
Yeah.
agree. Kevin,
I
when
said,
you make your
yeah,
next
sure,
final
we'll
table,
talk
I'll be
about
there
that.
with the
And I was
beer.
like,
All right.
I love y'all for coming out. Appreciate you.
Fine.
Such a
Hopefully you'll be in here for
composed
my
rail,
next
just
final
the Red
table.
Bull.
That'd actually be a lot of
Just
fun
for
too.
the energy.
But then who's going to provide the good analysis? We need you with headset on at the table.
Yeah, right.
You're welcome.
You see, right here, guys, I'm bluffing at this point. I hope my opponent doesn't call.
That's real meta.
Jack 9 versus Jack 9 here. Jason Mercier with just a bit better Jack 9-7 versus the Jack 9-8 of Mike Watson. The action went call, check. And here we are with the Jack 9 versus the Jack 9. Can Jason Mercier find a little bit of value? I think if he bets, Mike Watson isn't going to have a tough time calling, and Mercier is going to win however many chips he decides to put in the middle. Great value bet here.
Call.
Jack 9.
Probably good.
Yeah, when you have a Jack 9-8 and you hear Jack 9, it's
240.
not a great feeling.
Wow, and as we sort of discussed earlier when three-handed started, it's still anyone's game. We've gone back and forth plenty of times, and now all of a sudden Mercier back in the lead, Watson close behind him in second, and Brad Ruben. Brad Ruben sort of the comfortable short stack right now, not really too much to worry about.
23 big blinds is plenty. Jason Mercier double that at 46. Mike Watson right behind him, 44.
Engine Kid says they need a poker event where you have to take a shot of whiskey every time you win a pot. I mean, it's called like that's like every low stakes cash game in a Las Vegas casino on the weekend.
Right. I'm sure if you were to find a nice small stakes PLO table, they would oblige you with that. Jason Mercier raising it up, Jack 9-6-4 with a king out of the small blind.
Call.
Brad Ruben wants to call in position, draw 2 cards to the 7-6-5.
One, two.
Once again, Jason Mercier makes his favorite hand, pair of sixes. I think we've seen when Mercier starts playing with his chips and looking at his stack, he normally comes with a bet. And Brad Ruben with a queen 7 counts out the chips and is now thinking about the call. 540,000, pretty sizable bet into about 800,000 in the pot. Brad Ruben has a decision to make. It is for quite a bit of his stack, more than 20%.
Looks like Brad Ruben's rail is anxiously looking on.
Yeah, a lot of finger tapping. I know the first final table I ever made at the series, my girlfriend was way more nervous than I was. I was just in the zone playing some poker. She was over there sweating.
Oh,
very nice call from Brad Ruben here.
Ruben calls with the queen. Nothing working out for Jason Mercier. No one deserves anything in poker. You got to earn it.
Completely agree. I was just going to say the same thing. Deserved is not a term in poker. We do see that the level has changed now. Blinds and antes going up. Every hand, 480,000 chips in the middle.
Love it.
So many chips to fight for. Brad Ruben, 3.7 million chips now. Jason Mercier, 4.7 million. Mike Watson, 5.3 million. Anyone's ball game at this point. Brad Ruben has played really, really well this entire final table. Even though he attempted 2 bluffs and they both got picked off, he has not given up. He has not stepped off his game. Mike Watson getting another walk in the big blind with the big stack. Someone color him up. Come on, Bob. What are you doing over there?
Yeah, he is sitting on an absolutely massive pile.
Some people love to build castles with their chips. I am not one of them.
I mean, Mike Watson has left no choice.
Yeah, it's
with
true.
that many chips.
Yeah. Get in there, Bob. Color him up. Okay, so the last time we saw this, Brad Ruben limped from the button with the 7-5-4 with 2 cards. I wonder if he's going to come with a raise here. It does find the raise. I like this so much more than limping. You just get punished so much, especially with the big stack on your left. He's going to take it down. Neither player had anything to fight with.
Stacks are getting shallower, of course. 33 bigs for the chip leader, then 27 and 25. We are almost back to where we started in the 3-handed battle.
Yeah, we haven't seen a single all-in 3-handed. Even though,
Hey, buddy.
you know, Brad Ruben was at 14 blinds. Yes, he did shove a couple times,
Good
but
for you, man. Good for
he
you. Fuck 'em up.
did not get called yet.
What is it?
More supporters for Brad Ruben on the rail. Really good starting hand for Mike Watson. 9-8-3 deuce on the button. Oh boy.
Some airtime there for the Brad Ruben rail.
Really good starting hand for Brad Ruben as well. Definitely going to peel and see a one draw, and then we'll play some poker after it. Brad making a jack, and Watson once again pairing his 9. We've seen him bluff with a pair of 9s on multiple occasions and get it to work. I suspect we'll see the same thing here. I think Brad Ruben is less likely to call light against a bet from Watson than Jason Mercier is at this point. But I don't think this bet is going to work. I think Ruben is going to sniff it out and call. He goes for a huge bet.
Wow. Mike Watson applying the pressure on Brad Ruben.
This is exactly what he had to do to win this hand. Exactly. He had to bet huge, 900,000 into a pot of 1 million, and Brad Ruben just instantly gives it up.
I mean, is Mike Watson the best no-limit deuce player? Like,
Definitely.
I'm so impressed.
Yeah,
so impressed.
He's played so well.
I was gonna what?
Matt Waxman on the rail there, one of Mercier's longtime friends from Florida. Bracelet winner himself as well. Mercier with the 2-card draw to potentially a strong hand. Ruben, similar hand.
Brad has really tightened up as we've gotten shorter. It's kind of interesting. He was way more likely to call and draw 2 earlier on at this final table, but he's tightened up significantly. Which is not a bad thing. You want to be tight aggressive when you play this game. Brad Ruben, nothing on the button, just going to give it up. Like Watson, nothing in the small blind. Jason Mercier picking up another hand. He's won 6 of the last 10 hands. He didn't have anything either.
Got him.
You got
him. There you go. Chipping away here and here.
That one got me. Twerk for it.
Sad I missed the joke.
Yeah, twerk for
You're
it.
gonna get your rail.
What?
You're gonna get your rail to twerk too to balance.
Mike Watson on the button. Not much to work with here.
That's just on Red Bull. Imagine if they're like,
Yeah.
imagine if they're drinking
I hear
over there. That's just Red Bull, right? That's just
Jason Mercier, very premium, 9-8, 6-3 deuce. Pat hand, going to raise it up. Probably 520,000 is my guess. Decides to go with a smaller sizing, probably attempting to induce Ruben to put some sort of chip, some amount of chips in the pot with his Pat 9-8-6, very strong hand. Ruben does make the call. Mercier pats. Ruben in position in the big blind. drawing 2 to the 7-6-3. Now, last time we had this scenario, Jason Mercier bet his 9-7, and Brad Ruben came over the top for a very large raise. Mercier snap called.
9.
This time, Mercier playing a little bit more tricky, decides to check the 9 to Ruben to give him some rope to hang himself. Does not fall for it, checks back with his queen. And 7 out of 10 for Jason Mercier at this point. Back on the upswing and back in the chip lead. Ever so slightly in the chip lead, Jason Mercier.
$2.6.
Wasn't asking, bro.
Thought you were eyeing them, my bad.
Mike Watson getting another walk.
Y'all have been heads up once or twice?
We've been heads up once, but 3-handed 2 other times.
Are you serious? That
Do
is
you
wild.
know the other one?
I don't.
2008 EPT London high roller.
Oh, that's
You
right.
got third, I got first.
Yeah.
I wonder if he
2008,
just
bro.
remembered that, or if
Going
he
back.
Way back.
had to look that up a little bit. 2008 is quite a long time ago. Ruben raising the button here, Jack 6, 5-3. Might be a 1 draw, might be a 2 draw. Jason Mercier calling out of the big blind, 9-8-4-3. Ruben stands pat behind with his queen jack.
Haven't seen that before. The Pat Queen Jack.
Yeah, against a 1 draw. I guess he doesn't want to break it and draw 2. Jason Mercier finds the super small lead on the end with the Jack 9-8. I think Brad Ruben's going to pay this off.
Jack 9.
Oh, that's a pretty impressive bet by Jason Mercier at that point.
I thought you were talking about no limit deuce. Like
No limit hold'em. No.
Okay.
Just 3-handed in any sort of major tournament. 4th time, bro.
Sick.
I mean, that I can think of.
What's up, buddy? How are you? Thank you.
Watson and Mercier talking about having been 3-handed 4 times in events. Quite crazy when you think of how big all these fields
I
are.
remember
Yeah,
honestly,
right.
I got 3rd or 4th in that one in London, but I guess it was 3rd.
You got 3rd for sure. I remember. It was very memorable for me. Jawanda got 2nd.
Yeah, I remember Jawanda as well.
You know how I know that you got 3rd? Because I don't remember who got 4th.
350.
350. I'm gonna fold.
The event that Mercier is currently referencing to is the 20,000 pound high roller at the EPT back in 2008. That was Mercier's, I guess it was his biggest score to date back then, right around the same amount that he won EPT San Remo for. Mercier won 519,000 British pounds, which was at that point 950,000 US dollars, as Brad Ruben is all in here with the 1 card 8 draw. Watson, the 1 card 10 draw.
Yeah, 1-9.
I think I'd be pretty surprised
2
if
million.
Watson decided
Oh, yeah,
to,
'cause of the
to
end.
call it off
What
here.
am I doing?
Preserving his stack at this point
Yeah,
is so
1-8,
much
4-5.
so much better than risking it all on a ledge coin flip. I think if Watson had a pat 10, 10-8, 7, he would call. But I think drawing one to a 10, 7, 6 is probably not what he wants to do. Oh, in position.
Wow.
He does decide to put it in.
Watson makes the call. We're going to have an all-in showdown here. Ruben with the best draw, but he needs to hit clean. Otherwise, Watson will send him to the rail. 2 one-card draws going at it. Brad Ruben, tournament life on the line. Watson grabs a king.
Let's go!
A5.
Let's go, let's go. We gotta do the rounds. 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 Oh, sorry. Yeah. You gotta do some class for the double up. Yeah.
Who won the hand? Who won the hand? You won the hand?
Jason Mercier's back.
Better draw, baby.
I don't have one.
Brad Ruben celebrating his
doubled.
double up versus Mike Watson.
Yeah.
Watson now all of a sudden the short stack after having held that lead for quite some time.
It wasn't against me, so it was all right.
Very volatile game. I mean, Brad Ruben up to
Always wanted to do that. Sorry, I don't mean to like.
Good, man.
up to 25 big blinds at this point. Mike Watson down to 22. Stacks are definitely getting shallower.
What did he say?
Said I twerked for you, baby.
It's all about the twerking.
Going back to the earlier conversation about the pronunciation of Jason Mercier, that exact event that I was just describing was the event where that came up, 2008 High Roller in London, because Isabella Mercier finished 9th, and Jason Mercier won that event. Juan second, Mike Watson finished in 3rd, Peter Jetton in 4th, Scotty Wynn in 5th, Isaac Haxton in 6th. It's pretty epic going through these names. 2008.
I know those names.
That's a pretty long time ago. Masaki Kagawa,
I don't know that name.
high stakes player from Japan, predominantly featured at the Aussie Millions. Back in the day, played on those big Aussie Millions cash games that used to be streamed back in the day.
We got a hand developing here. Ruben and Watson both drawing to pretty good 9s. Mercier drawing to a Jack 7. Watson just over 20 big blinds. Could do a lot of things with his hand. We have seen him play relatively slow in the past in terms of just calling. He wants to play for a lot of chips at this point. I don't think Jason's doing it, but Brad has quite a decision to make. He has a really good draw and technically better than Watson's at this point. Watson pairs his 4, Ruben pairs his deuce. Watson needs a deuce, but Brad does not need a 4, which gives him more outs to win this hand. This is a really, really tough spot for Ruben. The only decision here is call or not. He knows he's drawing 1.
What's the total?
So, Kevin,
3.4.
the fact that Ruben might sometimes feel as though he is the underdog, and I'm not saying that myself because I feel that way, also because Ruben has mentioned it many times that he feels as though he's in a tough spot. Do you want to increase the variance and gamble in this situation?
I feel like if it was an 8-6-4 deuce, that the money would already be in. This is quite close. Maybe if you're drawing to like a 9-8, you could fold. I think this is a very, very tough decision in a vacuum, but maybe playing against players like Mike Watson and Jason Mercier, you want to increase the variance and potentially get yourself heads up with Jason Mercier and have the chip lead.
Massive, massive decision here for Brad Ruben. If he makes the call, it's going to basically be for either one of their tournament lives. Stacks running really close right now. Watson, by the way, just using aggression, putting the decision into the other player's hands.
There is an extra 560,000 in the middle from Mercier raising the button and the dead small or the dead ante from the big blind. So he really only has to call. I mean, it's really not that much in terms of equity. As long as he thinks he's getting the right price, he has to stick the money in. Such a tough spot, especially after doubling up the previous hand.
Watson, of course, also having the advantage of position in the big blind. In this case, of course, he has to draw no matter what, but that does play into Ruben's decision making.
Yeah, a 9-6, especially shorthanded, is such a...
Oh wow,
my
he makes the
gosh.
call. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the biggest pot of the tournament. 7.3 million in the middle. Mike Watson's tournament life at stake. Both players have a pair. Both players are drawing one card. This is basically for either one of their tournaments. Ruben is the favorite here. Let's see what he catches.
Guess I'm going first.
Watson catches a queen. We can see that. Ruben has a pair of fours.
He
How much
catches
you
the
got,
last 4 in the deck.
Wow, Mike Watson
Mike
doubles
Watson
up.
catches a queen.
Made the right call, at least.
That's so deflating.
Nice hand.
Mike Watson has been playing lights out at the final table, but gets a little bit lucky
Get that
here.
20 off the top.
Nice hand.
Yeah. There you go.
It's a flip. I want to take a flip against y'all, Russ.
3.
I agree. Brad Ruben, you have to call 3 million to win over 4 million, and it's a flip. You're a slight equity favorite. Against these guys, you have to put yourself into those spots and just hope the cards fall your way. He made the right decision, and that's all you can focus on at that point. Yeah, he's short now. He's not out, but he made the right play at the right time.
Mike Watson with an enormous double up to 7.4 million. Brad Ruben battled his way back to 25 big blinds, now back down to 3 big blinds, and he's going to need a lot of help to get back into the match here.
Made the right call.
Wow.
It's all good. I mean, I threw a deuce.
I mean, just like in No Limit Hold'em, you have to win your flips to win tournaments, and
4
that's the closest flip you
I could
can
take a 50-50
imagine
against
in
these
this
guys are
game.
sickos, so I have
One
to take-
person got there and one person didn't. Yeah, Brad Ruben exactly explaining exactly why he made the call. Such a good poker mind. He knows where he's at. He made the right play. Nothing to be upset about there.
160.
Should I do the blind shove?
The first card's red. Shove it in.
Mike Watson
like 50
takes over the chip lead with that pot after doubling up Brad Ruben.
52. I don't know. No. What'd you pitch?
Deuce.
Queen.
All right, Brad. I think this is a hand Brad has to go with. This is there's not really much better you're hoping for in this spot. Just hoping it just goes fold.
605.
Remember, there's 480 in the middle, and he's risking 605 to basically double up if it goes fold without a showdown. Mike Watson sticking in the call, knowing that Brad Ruben is doing this with a wide variety of hands.
Mercier also coming along.
Okay.
These guys eager to get down to heads-up play. Both are going to
Just
draw.
leave it in front, I think. Just do it after.
Yeah, it's fine.
I think it's fine.
Okay. Now it's all up to the cards.
Exactly. Mercier drawing 2, Watson drawing 2, Ruben now to act.
2 for everyone?
What do you think about this?
Yeah, it's probably close. I think I would just draw 1.
Ruben drawing 1 to a jack. Just, one fewer card to pair in this sense. Watson pairs his 8. Mercier makes a Jack 10.
Jack 10, so Jack 9 has to improve, and it does.
Wow, Brad Ruben with the triple up here.
More than triple up. Start with 605, end with 2 million. Let's
Jack,
go.
please. Jack 9.
Oh no. Jack 9. 8.
Fucking go. Let's go.
Must be table.
Triple. All right. Back in it, baby. Back in it. Back in it.
Brad Ruben triples up and now sitting back on 12 big blinds. I mean, you're never done until you're done.
Yeah.
Y'all had your chance.
Three-handed play will continue at this final table. If you're just tuning in, if you tune in at the right time, the blinds and antes are high. We're going to see lots of all-ins in the next hour or so, if it even goes that long, because this game is extremely swingy. The final three are guaranteed $63,000, $93,000 for second, and first will get $151,000. Gold bracelet, of course, the most important thing for these three players. Watson, the only player remaining who does not have a gold bracelet.
Damn, bro. That was 2 chances to be heads up. Brad had the better hand against Watts, but barely was covered. Or he had him covered by 600K. He lost. Then he had 600K all in.
Brad has to be all in this hand.
Nah, he has 2
Nice.
million.
Wow.
Another really nice pickup for Brad.
I have like 4.6. I have average, and then he has 2 million. Watts has 7 million.
It kind of does sound like Jason Mercier wants his bracelet. He's really sweating
You won that
being
one?
heads up and sweating the eliminations. Maybe just like Rast, Mercier wants a bid at the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely. And, you know, if someone like Jason Mercier would have played, you know, a full slate of tournaments every single summer
Over the last few years,
he would have probably had close to 10.
Yeah, I don't think that's a question.
Mercier, by the way, only 36 years old, still got 4 more years before he's eligible for the Poker Hall of Fame. Perhaps between now and when he turns 40, he can add maybe 2 or 3 more to solidify his case.
Yeah, if he plays a full schedule, I mean, there's really no stopping him. He's one of the craziest people in terms of prop bets, betting that he would win 3 in a single summer.
I believe he got 180 to 1.
Yeah, it was incredible. And then he won 2 and made the final table, and the other person decided to buy out when that happened.
Wasn't that bet versus Vanessa Selps?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Brad Ruben drawing 1 here out of the small blind, 10-7-5 deuce. He could have definitely shoved this, being on 15 big blinds against a button open. Jason Mercier stands pat with the Queen Jack. We saw Brad Ruben do the same thing. Both players catch a king, and the Queen Jack is going to hold up, assuming it goes to showdown.
Dmitry Urbanovic had the same bet going that summer.
Oh, yeah.
He was the young kid who burst on the scene with lots of success on the EPT. Could not really convert that to big results at the WSOP, but he's back this year playing a pretty big schedule.
Yeah. He's been somewhat deep in a lot of tournaments. He like soft bubbled the 50K when we were covering it.
Wearing the American flag.
Yes.
What was it, like a tracksuit or something? Or
yeah, he was wearing a
windbreaker?
tracksuit, and he was wearing a Vegas Golden Knights shirt, trying to blend in with all the Vegas people. Or maybe, you know, the clothes that he brought were dirty and it was laundry day, and that's what he could find at the closest outlet mall.
Good friend of mine, Julio Rodriguez from Card Player, once had his bag go missing for the EPT in Monte Carlo, and he spent the entire tournament wearing the free clothes and t-shirts and hoodies that they were giving away at the event.
That's such a bad feeling. Oh, I couldn't imagine.
Seriously, yeah.
Brad opening the button, Jack 5-3 deuce, Jason Mercier 9-7-5-4. I think all options, just raise or call are on the table here.
All in.
Mercier moves all in to apply maximum pressure.
Yeah,
Ruben's going to lay it down.
It's going to work. One thing I will say about Brad is I think he should just start min raising, especially off of his stack. He's giving up so much with the extra 40,000 here, 50,000 here a hand, that a min raise would accomplish the exact same thing that he is trying to accomplish with making it 360 instead of 320. Watson pat Jack on the button.
Still lots of people in the chat asking about this game. It might not be the most straightforward poker game if you only play no limit hold'em, but you're basically trying to make low hands like the one that Watson has right now, Jack 10, to beat other players who make inferior hands. And of course, when you're going up against someone drawing, there's a chance that they pair up or catch a bigger card. So in this case, Watson a favorite with Jack 10-7 versus Ruben drawing 1, and in this case, his Jack 10 holds up. Actually goes check, check. Watson happy to just show it down, and Ruben once again trending down.
Yeah, that was a spot where Watson did not want to see a bet from Ruben. Off of Ruben's stack size, bluffing really is just not an option. So once he sees Ruben check, he's very happy to just turn over his hand, hope that his Jack 10 is good. And Ruben is down to 7 blinds now. These last 2 hands could have gone differently. Ruben had hands that he could have moved all in with, but decided to just call and miss both of his draws. We don't know if he would have gotten them through. So he's back in the danger zone with 7 big blinds.
Mercier with 2 pair. That's going to end up in the muck, and Watson receiving a walk here as Ruben is looking for a hand to shove with.
Yeah, it's getting a little dire. Not as bad as the 600K we just saw, but 1.1 million for Brad Ruben.
It's 160.
Nothing Brad could do with this hand on the button. He is going to be in the big blind next hand, forced to put in 400,000 of his remaining 1.1 million chips.
Wow, and
It's a
Watson,
big percentage.
Again, Watson with the made hand.
10-7-6 is quite strong. He just decides to limp.
Nice 2-card draw here for Mercier.
Wow, the trap works. Set out the little cupcake, and Mercier stepped right into it.
Watson, of course, probably thinking of something along the lines of 1.4 million.
The last time we saw this, I think, 1.4 sounds good. He is, wait.
Just flatting here.
He's just calling.
This is an awkward situation out of position because he's going to pat. So what is this going to...
I guess he just doesn't want to play a big pot. I'm really confused about the limp call. But maybe seeing that Brad only has 7 big blinds, is in the big blind next hand, is enticing enough to just keep it small, not bust anyone, let Brad go out and then play heads up for the bracelet.
Meanwhile, Mercier pairs, and Watson is going to show down a very strong 10-7-6.
I mean, not close to winning, but close to hitting.
All right, Brad is in for 400,000 of his 1.1 million left. Doesn't leave much wiggle room. You have to hit a hand.
For people asking about the 10K stud 8 better, which we considered streaming, the problem is there are still 15 players remaining on day 3 of that event. So just do some math here. Before they get down to a final table of 8, it might already be 9 p.m. And the chances of that tournament finishing tonight, from my perspective, are close to 0.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I know, it's like
throwing that
split pot
240.
game,
like 30%.
not a chance.
Yeah, so we are showing this event instead, and I think we made the right choice because we are served up a very entertaining, high-level final table with some fantastic players.
Definitely. Watson giving up the button, 9-5-3. Mercier with some blockers.
First
And
3, I didn't look at the rest. So.
Brad has a 5 draw. You don't want to draw 5 in this game. 700,000 now.
That's the big blind. He didn't put the ante yet.
Yeah.
Yep.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Still three-handed action. If you're just tuning in, final table of the No Limit Deuce. Jason Mercier going for bracelet number 6. Mike Watson going for bracelet number 1.
240, yeah.
Probably one of the best players without a bracelet. Brad Ruben already has 4 himself as well.
You must have had a good hand because I had ace, king, king, 10, 9.
Oh wow.
Oh my
That's
God.
how you did.
No one
That
had
is
anything.
crazy, dude.
Some bad hands being shown here. Brad Ruben back down to 650,000. 4 big blinds.
Now,
And
you
the
have the same
button.
stack?
Pretty much similar. Yeah.
If you're catching us on YouTube, please don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. We are right now only 30 subs away on YouTube from hitting 435,000.
There's all.
Brad, Pat, Jack. Can't really ask for anything else. All in on the button.
655.
Mike Watson with a 1-card draw to a 10-9.
Yeah, just basically the same as last time. I think I expect a call here, and then Mercier with almost anything reasonable is also going to call to try and get this get this tournament to heads up and kick Brad Ruben out. Oh wow, Jason Mercier with a better jack. Well, the good news for Brad Ruben is he's on the button, which means that once Mercier pats in front of him, he knows that he should break his jack. The bad news is he's drawing to a straight with a 5, so he needs a deuce, a 3, a 9, or a 10 to beat the hand of Jason Mercier. Bad news for him, Watson has 10, 9, 9, 3. 4 of his outs gone right there.
Mercier does make the call. We got 3-way action with Ruben all in.
How much? Oh, 650.
The draw's very important right now. Watson drawing 1. Mercier with the 6-4-3 deuce.
I expect him to pat this hand. Yeah, 7, 8, 9, 10 are the only cards that can make it better. Once he pats, this is such bad news for Brad. Yeah, he knows he has to break his jack.
Brad Ruben quickly recognizing that his jack won't be enough.
Can he catch a deuce?
Watson catches a king, so he's got 1 player beat. Ruben makes a queen, and that's going to spell the end for Brad Ruben if this goes to showdown. And of course, it will go to showdown because Jason Mercier is going to table his jack 6. Brad Ruben shakes hands of both his opponents, and we are down to heads-up play in the No Limit Deuce. 2 legends of the game
Thanks for the support.
battling it out for the bracelet. Brad Ruben collects $63,000 for his efforts.
Yeah, one huge flip and
Even though if I
then
should pat 3-way.
spun it back a little bit and then just kind of didn't catch any hands, blinded out, and
He's
now we're
behind
heads
me.
up with,
He could pat as well.
I mean, 2 of
Just have
the
a 10.
most electric players we have at this table, that's for
Yeah,
sure.
can I peek?
Back in 2016, Watson and Mercier went heads up for the 10K bracelet in this exact same format. Can the result be any different this year, as Mercier won it back then, and Watson is still looking for his first bracelet? We're going to take a short break for about 2 minutes, roughly, and then we're going to resume action here. Heads up for the bracelet.
The case for.
All right, welcome back to Heads Up Play here between Jason Mercier and Mike Watson in the $1,500 no-limit deuce to 7 single draw. My name is Remco Rinkema. Kevin Gerhardt alongside me.
Yeah.
The bracelet
like we
is
should be
in
facing each
the
other
middle.
a bit more, but
Don't love it.
sorry.
The remaining two players are guaranteed $93,000. The winner gets $151,000. But let me just say this. These are two of the best high rollers in the tournament scene. Both have over $20 million in career tournament earnings. The bracelet matters a lot to these guys, especially since Watson doesn't have one, and Mercier can get his 6th to get up closer and closer to potentially, in the long-term future, challenge someone like a Phil Hellmuth. If you're joining us just now, please don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel.
Playable hand.
Yeah, good 2-card draw.
Like I said earlier, Watson and Mercier go
Nice and
way
easy.
back.
1-2
Yeah.
with the 3. Purple chip only, basically.
Made their first big final table back in 2008 together when they faced off in that London High Roller. Watson, of course, burst onto the scene with a World Poker Tour win, I want to say back in 2007.
How much?
Excuse me, it was 2008 when Watson won the Bellagio Cup World Poker Tour event for $1.6 million, beating David Benjamin heads up. Jason Mercier in that same year winning EPT San Remo.
Where am I putting them? Here?
Both players drawing 1 here, as the stacks are virtually tied, so we could be in it for a long battle. Watson with a lock on this hand as Mercier pairs his 7s. Mercier, father of 2, took a extended break from live tournament play as his children were very young, but I know for a fact that as those kids are going to grow up, Jason Mercier is going to be back to his grinding ways. Could see him make more prop bets in the future to grind for bracelets, and we know that he cares about this. We know that he loves the tournament grind. And Kevin, I think it's safe to say that if we're making a Mount Rushmore of most talented poker players, Jason Mercier should be considered.
I would think so. I think there's probably way too many. I mean, we're definitely talking about way more than 4. Maybe you know, top 10, maybe top 15, 20. It is quite impressive what he's accomplished in the past, and I can only look forward to what he's going to accomplish in the future.
Watson drawing first blood here in this heads-up battle, but the stacks are very close and very deep. I mean, this game is a pretty wacky heads-up game. It's a game that often goes to showdown, but when you're playing heads-up, you're just not making as many hands.
Right, as you can see, Watson defending with a 10-6-3 queen-ace. Probably going to draw 2. These players know that with 240,000 dead ante each hand, there's so much in the middle to fight for. And Watson decides to draw 1 to a queen-10 at this point, while Jason Mercier is drawing to a 9-7-5. Watson can't even improve his hand to beat the queen-9 of Jason Mercier.
Queen.
Queen 1.
Yeah, we're going to see the hand strength, the relative hand strengths compared to where we were when the table was full, be much, much worse. We just saw a queen versus a queen heads up. And obviously these players both have experience playing this game heads up, whereas I'd be hard pressed to find, I don't know, 20, 30 poker players who have ever played this game heads up. So they probably understand more so than most people.
And it is extra funny that they played heads up in this exact format. Now, what is it? 7 years ago?
That's quite impressive. Just goes to show, I mean, you would think this was a 10K final table with who started, but no, it's only a 1500. It's just, it's incredible how tough these fields have gotten. A lot of just giving up here you don't ever want to draw 3. I think, especially heads up, and we haven't seen we haven't seen too many good hands. The one thing about making good hands in this game is you have to have your opponent make a good hand as well, but just slightly worse and be willing to put in a ton of money. So I don't know if we're going to see fireworks with 40 blinds each at this point, or if we're just going to see a slow grind.
Well, we do know that Watson has been fairly creative. He's been very much willing to bluff, and perhaps in the back of Mercier's head, he's still thinking about that missed bluff that could have won him a ton of chips earlier in this match when they were still three-handed.
Right.
And how that will factor into his decision-making is going to be very interesting.
Jason decided to just call the 350, draw 1 to the Jack-6 instead of keeping the Queen-Jack. Watson assuming he's drawing to a 10-9-7. Mercier does improve to a Jack-9. We have seen him lead against Brad Ruben in the same spot with a Jack-9 for value. Really like this, actually. You could get called by so much worse, especially when you're heads up or short-handed. Betting thin for value gets you paid a lot of chips in this spot. You heard Jason say he just sweated a 4 across, which is automatically a 10 or a 9. Sure. He knows that it didn't pair him.
Thank you.
So he's betting all of his jacks in this spot. And Watson making a Jack 10-9 against the Jack 9-6 of Jason Mercier. So close. They've had Queen 9 against Queen 10 go Jason Mercier's way, and then Jack 9 versus Jack 10 also go Jason Mercier's way, catapulting him into the chip lead. It's still close though.
Mercier now in the lead. I mean, it's going to go back and forth with basically every single hand that's being played because of how many chips are at stake.
Right. And this has the same button format as, say, No Limit or PLO tournaments, where the button is the small blind, and whoever is not the button is the big blind and the ante, and the button acts first from the small blind.
The board now showing 2,800 players in the 1K Super Turbo Bounty.
Wow.
That's a one-day tournament, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be absolute madness. Probably concluding somewhere around the 3 or 4 a.m. mark.
Yeah. Might be later than that based on number of entries. I mean, it's quite impressive.
350,000.
The No Limit Deuce also underway. 52 players in the early goings.
I wonder if Jon Turner has hopped in yet.
Sean Deeb definitely has, trying to gather as many points as possible for his POI bid.
Right.
World Series Player of the Year has not been discussed a whole lot this year because I feel like everyone is expecting Sean Deeb to win it.
Yeah, especially Sean Deeb. I've talked to him about it. We have a draw 2 against a draw 2 here. Jason Mercier makes a jack 9, and Watson makes an ace 9. Watson in position in this hand. We just saw Jason Mercier bet a jack 9 for value. Almost $1 million in the pot already, with Watson raising the button to 350 and Mercier calling.
Bet 580,000.
Pretty large bet. 580 into 900. Last time Watson snap called with his jack 10. This time he's giving it some thought with his ace 9. Decides he's going to let it go. So speaking of POI, I asked Sean what the minimum number he would take, like 10 to 1, 15 to 1, 20 to 1, at the beginning of the summer. Do you want to know what he said? Just take a guess. How egotistical is Sean Deeb at the beginning of the summer?
Yep. I'm going to say 3 to 1.
Okay, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. He said he would take 8 to 1.
I mean, that's still extremely optimistic.
Yeah, exactly. It's absolutely incredible. And he went through a list of players who he would bet at around 10 to 15 to 1. He said he would take me at around 30 to 1.
Wow.
Which, I mean, that's a huge boost to my ego.
Sounds as though you're going to need to make some bets next year.
No.
Sean Deeb also tweeting out that he's got the POI locked up as Ian Matakis was going deep in the Millie Maker. Sean Deeb is not a worry in the world about his ability to close it out. Currently, Matakis is still second, but the gap to third is massive. Chance Kornuth is more than 500 points behind, but Kornuth already building up a stack in the No Limit Deuce.
Right. Yeah, Chance is having such an amazing summer. I mean, it's his first $1 million score. He said that was a big hurdle to get over. I'm surprised Chad isn't more in the running after how he started in the series.
Yeah, Chad Eveslage in 5th place currently. Chris Brewer in 4th. Jeremy Osmus in 8th. Josh Arye in 9th. Mike Gorodinsky in 10th. You know, those guys are all still lingering.
Yeah.
All it takes is one more bracelet to really get in contention.
Just a bunch of absolute sick crushers. Watson here raising up, Jack 876 on the button. Mercier defending 9865 with a straight draw, but drawing to a 9. Needs a deuce 3 or 4 to make a 9. Draw 1, draw 1. All right, and finally, over the past 4 hands we've seen, Watson gets to make the Jack 8 against the Mercier Jack 9. Mercier decides to check this Jack 9 where we saw him bet the last 2 times he's made it. Can Watson sniff it out and go for a little bit of value here? I don't think there's any way Jason Mercier is folding a jack at this spot. He's definitely shown he's willing to put it in with worse.
Yes, 475,000.
Cool.
Jack 8.
Jack 8's good.
This is one of those spots where both decisions seem rather automatic, the bet and the call.
Right. The only nuance is how much value do you want to go for and how much do you think you're going to get paid. There's so many just quote-unquote standard lines that we've seen so far where we've seen queens win, we've seen a bunch of jacks win. You're not going to make a very powerful 9 or 10 heads up. So you have to play some poker, and both of these players understand that.
Raise 375,000.
Mercier raising it up with the King 7-7-6-5. Of course, drawing 2, but having that 7 helps him, as that's an important card in this game.
Yeah, it blocks Watson from having a 7, and we can see that he needs 1, so it's going to go draw 1, draw 2, with Mercier in position.
Watson makes a 10-9. 2 jacks for the man from Florida. That is not what he's looking for.
He just bet 475. Maybe we'll go for a little smaller bet this time against a draw 2. Bet 500,000 and got the snap fold from Mercier. These two players are just battling it out, not really getting too many huge pots. You know, maybe a million here.
It's funny, they started out a bit chatty in the first couple of hands, but now it is all business. They're both in this sort of grind mode. They both know that there's not going to be many chances in their entire poker career in which they're going to have a chance to close one out here at the World Series of Poker. So lots of prestige on the line to go along with the money. Good one-card draw here for Watson in heads-up play.
Mercier has a pat hand. Wonder how he wants to play this. A lot of the time, you're just drawing 2 in this game. Yeah, he's reaching for raisin chips. We haven't really seen him do this and not put in a raise yet at this final table. He's just counting out how much he wants to make it.
Let's see a three bet here.
And we get to experience quite a big one.
Oh no, the bracelet falls over.
Oh no.
What sort of omen is this?
1.17 million from the 350K. There's not a world where Watson lets this one go. He's just tanking a little bit for balance purposes. I don't think we do anything except for call in this spot.
The fact that Watson is in position and he's likely going to call, is he also already thinking ahead of what sort of scenarios could play out after the draw, or
Yeah, definitely.
Is there so much riding on how Mercier is going to play this?
No, I think he's definitely thinking of all angles, what happens after the draw. Being in position in this spot is so good for him with such a strong draw. And yeah, we do see the call.
I mean, Watson can really get funky here, whether he hits his hand or not. He can apply a ton of pressure.
Right, and Jason is most likely going to check after it goes pat 1, and then he's going to be up to a decision. We'll see if Watts makes his hand in bets, doesn't make his hand in bets, or makes something that he just wants to get to showdown with.
One card draw for the Canadian, makes a 9-7. Now the question is bet sizing. Are we going to go big?
I think we have to. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he bets 1.6 here. We have the best hand almost for sure, and we want to try and get as much value as we possibly can. Expect Watson to take a little bit of time, come up with the right bet sizing.
$2.5 million in the middle.
He's going for a lot.
A pile.
He just decides that he wants to play for the entire pot size, is what it looks like.
Such a polarizing situation here.
He bets the entirety of the pot.
2.6 million. What a headache here for the 5-time bracelet winner.
Yeah. Really in the blender now.
Because the thing is, Watson could have been doing this if he had paired his deuce or his 4 or his 5 as well.
Right. Yeah, this is the nuance of the game. This is the beauty of it, where you get to see.
Oh wow, great fold there.
Actually, really quick fold. I'm kind of surprised Watson went for that big.
And here's a look at GTO Wizard. Scan the QR code on your screen or check out gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Unfortunately, you cannot learn how to play Deuce to 7 single draw on the app just yet, but you can improve your Hold'em game and get ready for your next tournament or cash game. gtowizard.com/PokerGo. You get a 24 hours free access to their entire database, and after that you can take 10% off the subscription cost.
All right, we have a little bit of a chip advantage for Watson at this point. 8.1 million versus 5.6 million. 52 big blinds versus 34 big blinds. Mercier still not in the danger zone. Plenty of chips to work with. It's just really hard playing Pat Jacks out of position, especially against someone who you know is capable of bluffing. I'm surprised Watson went for such a large bet, but maybe he thought Mercier was more willing to put in the money.
350.
You know, maybe you could go for a smaller size and try to get paid.
Good news on the YouTube front. We just hit 435,000 subscribers. Everyone who just subscribed, pat yourself on the back. Thank you so much for tuning in and supporting our channel.
Raise from Watson on the button. Call from Mercier. Mercier drawing to a jack, 10-9. Makes his jack 10-9.
Ooh, Watson so close to pulling off one of the strongest hands in the game, but ultimately ends up pairing his 4. Coffee delivery by the hands of Donnie Peters.
Wow, what a nice guy.
What a nice guy. Donnie Peters and I will be on the call for main event day 1A in just a few days. I cannot wait to see if we get some exciting table draws in that event. The main event is such a grind.
Yeah, for everyone involved.
For everyone involved, not just the players.
Watson hasn't given this up yet. Maybe he's thinking about doing a little bit of a devious. I mean, Mercier did bet half pot out of position with his 1 draw against a 2 draw. Watson pairs his 4, which is the perfect card to bluff, and we did just see to a large bet, Jason Mercier pretty much snap folded the exact same hand he has right now. I do plan on playing the main event as early as possible.
So 1A?
If I'm not in the big bet mix, I'll play 1A.
Jack.
Wow, look at Watson here calling it off with a pair of 4s.
I don't hate it.
Mercier.
I think that's very reasonable.
Yeah, he's just going to show the Jack 10-9 and rake this one in.
Yeah, pair of 4s definitely goes up in value of bluff catching hands. As you get shorter handed, there's much more possibility that your opponent is playing hands that don't contain a deuce or a 3 or a 4. So much higher probability of them pairing their higher cards.
It's pretty crazy how the biggest names in this event with 3 tables remaining sort of all made it to the final table.
Yeah.
Seidel busting out in 5th place would have been the only bigger name we could have seen in this heads-up battle.
375,000.
Seidel, of course, in the Hall of Fame. Watson and Jason Mercier
We just took a
probably
break.
on
You
their
wanna take a
way
break
to the
or
Hall
no?
of Fame.
No, we can keep going.
We're gonna
It's
keep
so
playing
hard to get in the Hall of
after
Fame
the
at this
call.
point where they're only letting 1 person in a year, and that could be a creator or a player. Until we get some rules changes, it'll likely, the list is likely too long for most people to
Right.
get in.
Mike Watson, 39 years old. Next year he'll become eligible, and he's probably going to need a few bracelets to make his case. But in
Yeah.
a way, you know, the Poker Hall of Fame, in a way, is kind of like the World Series of Poker Hall of Fame. A lot of very American-centric, very
Yeah.
World Series of Poker-centric. You know, it's understandable. This is also where the Hall of Fame originated, but there's definitely some room for improvement as far as the interpretation of the criteria, as well as how many players are being let in every year.
Watson pairing a 7 against the paired jacks of Mercier decides to put in a bet as a bluff, not knowing he was bluffing with the best hand, and takes the pot down anyways. Mike Watson at
extras?
Yeah.
8.4 million chips against the, or 7.8 million chips against the 6 million chips of Jason Mercier.
He has one, I have two. So we're doing one.
So technically, there should have been a break for the color-up. Players want to keep playing, so
Kings against
we're
the five.
quickly going to
I think I
race
win.
off the red chips and keep playing, so don't go anywhere. If you do enjoy this
Yeah, so give 'em
content,
the- give 'em
tell
the
your
free
friends
chips,
about it.
and that
We got
goes.
so much good stuff going on the channel. It's been a blast this summer. My name is Remco Rinkema. Kevin Gerhardt alongside me to help us figure out these hands and situations. The bracelet there in the middle is what these two are playing for, along with the $150,000 first prize.
Yeah.
Make it 2.5.
2.5. You want a stack of these or no?
Sure.
Make it a little more evened out. We're ready.
The players are ready. We're going to just keep playing. Blinds and antes will go up. We're playing 100, 200,
Don't give me
300.
more, I mean, come on.
1,000.
Yeah, let's go. We're ready.
I think at one point in the tournament, it was actually 100, 200, 300 early on, but now it's 100, 200, 300,000.
I mean, the structures of these lower buy-in mixed game events have been extremely slow.
Yeah.
13s.
This is the fourth day of play, even though this tournament was scheduled as a 3-day event. And we're fairly deep into this fourth day of play. So if they had continued playing last night when they did, it would have been probably 3 in the morning by now.
Yeah.
Watson continues to maintain his chip lead for now, 38 big blinds versus 29 big blinds. Still anyone's game, and we're sort of waiting for a big clash.
Yeah, we had a chance with the Pat Jack against the 9-7 draw for a big clash, but Watson in position with the 1 draw decided he was just going to call. Made the best hand and then bet the pot and took it down. Jason Mercier doesn't have a good hand. It doesn't have very much blocking potential. Doesn't have any low card pairs. Just pure aggression and pure strength with the King Jack 10-7-4 taking it down out of position. Decides to give this one up even though he does have some sort of blocking potential, and Watson dealt a Pat 10-8 in the big blind. Doesn't look too happy. Like I said, that's the hard part about this game. When you make a hand, you have to have your opponent make a slightly worse hand and be willing to put a bunch of chips in.
Yeah, that's why this heads-up game might take quite a while.
Right.
It could really be a long, drawn-out back and forth. Most of the pots will be small. We're sort of waiting for someone to get coolered in a way.
Yeah, you don't really see too many 3 or 4 bet pot all in for 30 blinds each, especially heads up. These players want to play poker. They don't want to just gamble for the bracelet.
Both players also have to have equal confidence in their abilities to close this out. It's not a situation anymore where, you know, Brad Ruben was making fun of his inability to beat these guys without taking a high variance line.
Right.
I feel as though the confidence in this stage of the tournament between these two players is going to be fairly equal.
Yeah, No one's scared of any of their opponent in this spot. It does get more interesting at this point. Like, obviously, Jason Mercier is going to open up this hand in position with the Queen Jack 7-6-5. 10-9-8-7 for Watts. Not a great hand, but against a min raise, he just wants to let it go. I like that. Straight draw, not a good 10.
The rail not nearly as crazy as during the Millionaire Maker.
Yeah.
They almost broke down the whole stage. Ryo Kniep was on fire. Showed the aces to...
He showed the aces to his rail before he called.
Before he called, yeah.
He was already celebrating before he called, and then the poker gods just smacked him right on down.
I even said it, you know.
Yeah, I watched that as...
Be careful about the karma.
Yeah. Drawing 1 to a 10 versus Watson drawing 2 to the 9-8-6. Doesn't want to keep the queens, whereas we've seen Jason Mercier keep the queen earlier.
Jack 10-9 for Mercier is one of those showdown type hands where...
Well, we have seen him bet almost every time he's made this hand. Just something small.
Watson earlier called him down with a pair of fours.
Yeah, he's gotten called almost every time he's done this, and has had basically the exact hand that he says he has.
Kevin, you cannot be exploited if you always call.
Right, exactly. And you know what the best part about calling is? You get to sleep well at night. You never wonder what your opponent has.
Exactly. You're never going to wonder, did I get bluffed?
I sleep really well.
Yeah. But you're also broke, so it's fine. It's fine. Kevin, it's fine. You'll bounce back.
One way or the other. I sleep well at night.
Mercier was earlier saying that he's been averaging about 3 hours of sleep a night, and then commenting on how I guess he was in a cash game until 7 in the morning last night after making this final day.
Yeah, we can tell he doesn't care about this money. He's only in it for the glory and the bracelet. I'm sure the amount of money on the table last night is much more than the money up top for him.
What's been the talk of the town about the size of the games and who's in it, you know, at sort of the highest level? Have you found out anything about like what's going on lately?
I saw a huge game at Resorts World the other night, maybe 2 weeks ago, with Gus Hansen, Elio Lezra, Aaron Mermelstein, Ophir, Julian Martini, just playing massive Big O.
Just straight Big O.
Yeah, just straight Big O. Massive, massive game. People swinging hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm sure there's really big games that I don't even know about. You know, Bobby's Room, 3K, 6K, 4K, 8K, or higher. Maybe Ivy's Room at Aria has some games, but I just know about the smaller stuff that I play. Resorts World has anywhere from 4-8 to 300, 600, and everything in between. Aria probably has the same limits.
It's funny how once you get to 300, 600, your next step up is probably 3,000, 6,000.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Look at Mike Watson.
Wow, what a hand to get dealt.
He is the king of the pad hands at this final table.
Yeah,
this is the third time he gets dealt an 8 or better. But yeah, Gus Hansen has been in Vegas the entire summer playing cash only. It'd be fun to see him in the main event, but I wonder if that's going to be, you know, too bad of an ROI for him.
Yeah.
This goes draw 2 and Pat.
Well, good news for Mercier is he's probably not going to put too many chips into this pot. He doesn't make a jack or better, which he's been known to bet. Probably just going to check fold this hand, and Watson's going to disgustingly turn over the 8-7-6 Pat hand. It looks like the face of a man who is just gonna give it up right into the muck.
Shout out to Ed Rojas on our YouTube channel, gifting 5 PokerGo YouTube community memberships. Love to see it, Ed. Thank you so much. People in the PokerGo chat are referring to the fact that we said that Mercier looked scared and finished 2 hours ago. I don't think we said that. I think we said that he looked a little rattled from not deciding to bluff when he knew he should have,
right,
when he made that pair of 7s versus the 4s of Watson. And it was pretty evident that for the hour after that hand, he wasn't really himself.
Yeah, lost every hand. He even commented on himself and lost from 8.5 million down to 4.5 million. Took a couple hands for him to bounce back, but he's definitely back now. That's the sign of a great player. You just take a beat and you keep on trucking. See, Mercier only gets dealt Pat Jacks.
Yeah, Watson gets Pat 8s.
Queen Jack.
Jack what?
Queen Jack.
Oh, Queen Jack. I thought you said Jack.
Yeah, the Jack 9-8 for Mercier versus the Jack 9 Queen for Watson. The 8's going to win. Still very back and forth here.
Yeah, in a way, it almost feels like they're passing those blinds and antes back and forth. The last 10 hands, both players have won 5 each. Wow, and Watson again picks up the Pat 8-6.
All right, what number is this?
You tell me.
Number 6.
The 6th best hand in the game. A 2-card draw again for Mercier.
And Mercier cannot make a better hand unless he catches exactly a 7 and a deuce.
Queen 10.
Queen 10 not going to do it. See, Watson keeps getting dealt these monsters, but doesn't have anything to fight against from Mercier, so he's just gonna take down whatever the pre-draw action was.
That's $600.
Now, at what point is Watson going to mix in the same line when he doesn't have it? Because so far he's had it every time.
Right, and that's what Jason's thinking about, because he just took this line a few hands ago, and also had a Pat 8. Jason's just gonna let this one go.
Having the discipline to keep folding when things aren't going your way, probably one of the most important skills to have in poker, not to get so frustrated to the point where you just decide to go for it.
Right, and as we can see, I don't think Jason Mercier is going to sleep well tonight.
I mean, he might never sleep again if the games stay this good. Does pick up a 10-9-8 though. Meanwhile, Watson has extended his chip lead a little bit, 40 big blinds to 27 big blinds.
Pat 10 for Mercier against a 2-draw 8-7-6 from Watson. Watson out of position. Neither of these players getting too out of line. Like you said, I wonder if Watson is going to take the same line with some sort of 2-pair bluffing candidate.
Bit of a reversed scenario compared to the previous hand, and these chips will go into the direction of the American. We've got America versus Canada here. Always a fun battle, and like I mentioned before, a rematch of the 2016 10K version of this event. Watson still looking for his first bracelet.
Raise here from Watson. Mercier, not a hand you really want to play, but maybe heads up he wants to make some sort of move. We always see when he pulls a big number of chips off his stack that a 3-bet is incoming. He just has to make sure the sizing is right.
3-bet to 1.3 million, and he takes this one down. Interesting hand to 3-bet with. It doesn't have any sort of cards that block any of the good hands.
Right. I wonder if it's just like maybe you want to 3-bet 7 deuce sometimes and hold them just to keep your range balanced. I really don't know. I don't have too much heads-up experience in this format. I wouldn't be making these plays, but it seems to be working for Jason Mercier. He has been taking down quite a few pots without showdown, which is the goal of this game in a vacuum.
Two card draws in the mix here. Mercier raises it up. He's going to draw the queen and the 9. Watson going to draw the ace and the 3. Watson with a slight advantage here going into the second and last round of betting. Watson makes a jack 8, a pair of queens for Mercier, and he's not going to be pleased with that.
So one of the nuances is we've seen Mercier out of position basically always bet his jack at this point, and Watson decides he doesn't want to. Just a little play difference between the two of them. Mercier deciding to go for a bluff here once he takes the chips off the stack. Most of the time they're going in the middle. Watson just has to pay this off with the jack 8.
Watson currently sort of carefully maintaining his chip lead, which is of course a massive advantage because that clash is going to come at some point. And I referenced this probably about 5 hands ago, that in the final 10 hands we've seen a 5 and 5 split. We are still on a 5 and 5 split, so equal winning hands for both players so far in this heads-up match. This is hand 137 of this final table, so we're playing rather fast, but it is still anyone's game here.
Raise and a call here from Watson. Jason drawing to a jack 10-7, while Watson probably drawing 2 to the 9-7-5. Yeah, just does decide to pitch both queens.
Oh wow, 2 made hands here. This could get interesting as Watson makes a 9-7 and Mercier makes a jack 10.
Yeah, and as I just said, Jason most of the time leads his jacks out of position this time, so we're just going to see how much Watson raises at this point and if Jason Mercier can find the fold. Betting 525 into 1.2 million. I think Watson has an unlimited sizing. if he wants to go for it, he can raise it quite a bit here.
Unlimited headache is what you're really trying to say for Mercier.
Yeah, he can make it 2.5 million and see if Jason Mercier wants to pay him off. The last time he made a play like that, Mercier folded a jack.
Here comes a big tall stack.
Oh boy.
Oh, two tall stacks. Wow. This could be a very separating type hand between these two.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like a bluff when he goes this big. It's just so hard to find a bluff size that or a bluff that wants to size like this. I mean, yes, they exist, but we have not seen it from Watson yet at this point.
I mean, Gabriel in the chat is saying Watson is getting the cards. There's no need to bluff. In a way,
Yeah,
we've seen him have it every single time.
Yeah, he picks sizings that he's just not getting paid on. Maybe he could be up, you know, another $1.5 million, $2 million at this point if he just picks sizings that Mercier would call.
46 to 21 big blinds right now. Our first 2-1 lead.
Pretty classic standard draw 2, draw 1 heads up.
It's funny how we're talking about Mike Watson running really well. Over the course of his storied career, he's clearly not run very well at the World Series of Poker, having played probably hundreds of World Series of Poker events without winning a bracelet.
Okay, so when they were three-handed, the same situation came up where Jason bet a jack, and actually Jason bet jacks, and Mike Watson raised with a pair of nines. I wonder if he's going to stay balanced and toss in a really big raise. You know, you can make it 3 million with this hand. Obviously just to maintain balance, but he could also take the passive route and just let it go. I think if you raise this and Jason finds a fold, you might put some fear into him. Have him thinking some decisions, but Watson just decides to let this one go.
If you're Mike Watson right now, and you know, you've been in situations like this yourself, you know, being the chip leader heads up for the bracelet, how often does it cross your mind like, oh man, I'm getting real close here?
I really I think in the moment you don't really fathom what's going on. You kind of just play poker, take it hand by hand. But once it's over, that's when everything sinks in. That's what happened to me. You really don't think too much about what's happening in the situation, except for the poker that's being played. Okay, we have a hand here. Could get a little spicy. Jason off of 25 big blinds. Pat Jack 9 in the big blind against the button open from Watson. Don't think Watson's going to call this. Maybe if he was drawing to like a 9-7-5, he could debate calling.
Mercier all in here for 25 big blinds. We are getting closer and closer to that massive all-in confrontation.
Yeah, you just need two pretty reasonable hands, and they could get in the 30 big blinds of Jason Mercier at this point.
If you're joining us on YouTube, this is the right time to smash that like button. Let's get us to 2,000 likes on today's video. Over 6,000 people watching. No Limit, Deuce to 7 single draw. As a big fan of the mixed games, it's so cool to see that people are sticking around to watch this game. Obviously, it does help that we have two superstars of the game going heads up. And it also helps that we have Kevin Gerhardt in the booth, who is educating all of us on how to not only play this game, but also how to sweat cards and how to get better at this game. It feels as though you've really picked up some reads on Jason Mercier along the way today.
Yeah, I think obviously seeing all the hole cards and watching these guys play for hours, you can kind of pick up on little nuances from each of them to where I always say this game is all about bluffing, but you really haven't seen too much of it.
Look at this. A smooth 9 for Watson.
Yeah, after Mercier limped the button, Watson checks, and it went draw 2, and Watson just makes a monstrous hand.
My money.
He knows.
9-5.
Just a 9-5.
That's it. Casual 9-5.
Get in the game with PokerGO Play. Check out PokerGoPlay.com. Sign up right now and be the first to know when our new free-to-play game becomes available.
Oh. Come on, Jason, focus up.
Yeah, those 3 hours of sleep are really catching up on him, and I don't think he's been drinking the caffeine, so deciding to just do it au naturel. A little update from the PokerGO production team. Tomorrow's final table will be the $1,500 mixed no-limit hold'em and PLO, because we're afraid the super seniors might not reach the final table in time because the event has been so big this year.
Huge.
So the no-limit hold'em PLO mix tomorrow on PokerGo.com exclusively. It's going to be cards in the air at 4, stream at 5. So 5 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Eastern for that live stream. The following day on Saturday, we're going to have the 10K no-limit deuce to 7 single draw, which is going to be, it's probably the most stacked final table of the summer. That event only attracts crushers, both no-limit crushers and mixed game crushers. It is sort of where those two worlds converge.
Right.
It's the ultimate game that is easier to learn for the big bet specialists, so that's going to be a fun final table. And then on Sunday, we're going to have a free stream, the final table of the ladies event. That's going to be on our horseshoe table. And then you might as well take time off, or maybe just quit your job. It doesn't really matter, because you're going to be watching the World Series of Poker main event from July 3rd all the way until the final table concludes on July 17th. There's only one day off to catch up on emails on July 15th. That is the break day before the final table kicks off, to give those players who've been playing for 8 straight days, roughly, a chance to get some rest. And Kevin, this is interesting as well. In the past, it was always day 7 when we played down from 27 down to 9. This year, the WSOP has added an additional day on day 8 to play down to the final table of 9. I believe that is a first, or at least it's not been on the schedule for a very long time.
Right.
So WSOP already anticipating a massive turnout, and with the 2-hour levels, which is nuts, it's going to be quite an insane grind to get down to the final table.
Yeah, with hopefully 10,000 entries, there's going to be a lot of chips in play. Mercier raising it up here with a very strong 8-7-3 deuce. Watson just giving it up.
Yeah, the scheduling of the World Series of Poker is very complicated on the World Series of Poker end, and then the scheduling on our end for the streaming is even more complicated because we have no control over how many players show up, or how long something is going to take. And in the case of 2023, we've seen so many events go super late. This stream has already been going on for 4.5 hours, and this event was supposed to be done last night.
Yeah, it's crazy, and shout out to production, who has done a great job of setting up all these final tables, basically on a short notice every time.
Yeah, the 10K stud 8 or better, which we would have loved to stream that. Still 12 players right now. That should have concluded today.
Yeah.
Almost impossible.
Not a chance.
Almost impossible that finishes today. So if you're around in Vegas, you're going to be fortunate to be coming out to perhaps watch it in person, but it's going to be impossible for us to stream that one. But we're putting the half and half on the schedule for tomorrow. That should be a fun final table. Meanwhile, Mercier is still the short stack, but only 8 big blinds between him and Mike Watson. Watson looking for his first bracelet. Mercier looking for his 6th and his first since 2016. That was the year during which he had his famous 3 bracelet prop bet. And some of the people in the chat saying that the cards are turning on Watson. I mean, still is holding on to that chip lead.
Yeah, so we haven't seen him get Delta Pad 8 in 10 hands. You know, it'll come back.
Vikentios Fisenzitsu, I'm probably butchering your name, but he says, I think Watson failed to extract value from his monsters, and now it's going to come back and destroy him. Well, the main thing is, in order to get paid off on your monsters, your opponent needs to have a good hand.
Right. I also think he missed out on some value by making such large bets and then not making those same large bets as bluffs. And Jason Mercier just folded his jack every time. But I think I'm going to leave it up to the professional, the actual professional Mike Watson to make the right decision. He was just being a little greedy at the time. Interestingly, Jason calls here and draws 2, pitching the jack.
Oh wow, interesting situation here. 10-7 versus a Jack-7. Watson in position.
Mercier checks his 10-7 where we've seen him bet many jacks. Wonder if he's going for a check raise or if he's trying to let Watson bet some sort of inferior hand like he has the Jack-7. Yeah, Watson thinks he has the best hand here most of the time and is going for a full pot-sized bet, and Jason Mercier just has to pay this off.
No good.
Wow, here is a swing in the action. Jack-7 no good. Jason Mercier is going to grab the chip lead here for the first time during heads-up play.
That was a really good check. I guess Jason has his ranges figured out where he's betting all of his jacks out of position and then checking his stronger hands to get Watson to bet his inferior hands to get a pretty big payday.
Daddy-O-Licious on PokerGo chat is asking, can someone explain how they sometimes skip the break while commentating live? So we are commentating on a delayed feed, but because the delay at the start of the show is an hour, we have the option to trim out some of the shorter breaks because we have to do at least a minimum of a 30-minute delay on the coverage. And in order for everyone, including ourselves, to make this the most fun as possible, we try to limit the amount of breaks that we take during our coverage, and therefore sometimes we chop some of them out because we want everyone to just have a good time. In the past, we've done a 2-hour delay so we can cut out a dinner break. In this case, there won't be a dinner break because it's the final table. Players just play it out and then go celebrate with their friends right afterwards. So that is how we are able to do it. You guys are seeing this as we are seeing this, and that is also the only way in which we can talk to you guys in the chat. So that is sort of how that works.
6s.
Pair versus pair here. Mercier gonna win this with his superior pair of 3s. Things definitely swinging in Mercier's favor. He's won the biggest pot of recent memory, and he's won 7 of the last 10. Up to 8.3 million versus 5.5 million of Watson.
It's crazy how tournament play is such a psychological battle. We've seen Mercier sort of all over the range of emotions, but he's managed to keep his head cool. He's had the chips to not having to, he was never forced to make any moves.
Yeah, it has been definitely a roller coaster, especially for Jason Mercier that we've seen. But he's calm, cool, and collected now with the chip lead, heads up. against someone that he claims that he never loses to.
There was a phase during three-handed play where Ruben and Watson were winning hands back to back to back, and Mercier was just sitting on the sidelines.
Check. 10-6.
He's battled his way through that and is chipping up nicely here. And the first few signs of frustration perhaps in Watson's eyes.
Yeah, where he bet his Jack-7 and got called by a better, and now he checks back with his queen and loses to the 10-6 of Jason Mercier. Watson might be feeling it down to 5 million chips at this point.
Absolutely, 43 big blinds to 25 big blinds.
This is such a streaky game, though. Oh. It's unbelievable. You know, you win a couple hands in a row and you're chip leader. You lose a couple hands in a row and you're out. All right, back to typical Mike Watson at this point.
Mike Watson getting a pat hand. This time it's a 9-8-6. You might complain to the dealer that it's not an 8.
I just want to try and see him extract maximum value out of this. Like, not go for the huge bet. Oh boy. Just as I say that, just goes for the 25 big blind jam.
Mercier needs a very strong one-card draw to call there, right?
Yeah, he's definitely not calling with the 8-4-3-2 draw.
Yeah, some of the people in PokerGO chat asking about what stack sizes can you start shoving pre. You know, we just saw a 25 big blind shove, but Kevin, that's not really something that you're a big fan of.
No, I really like playing shorter. You know, you can start shoving 10, 15. But then again, I don't play against these guys. When I play this game, I play against people who I think are worse than me, and these guys are definitely not worse than I am. So maybe them shoving for 20, 25 big blinds is more a sign of respect of the other person than anything else. It's just really hard when you're dealt a 9-8 heads up to be afraid of your opponent making anything better, because most of the time they're going to draw 2 or they're going to draw 1 and just be drawing dead to a 10 whatever. So I think trying to extract max value might be right, but maybe max value to Mike Watson is just getting the double up.
One card 10-9 draw here for Mercier. $450 once again, the raise size. Nothing there for Watson. He's going to let this one go. If you're just tuning in, you have one job. If you're on YouTube, smash that like button. Let's get to 2,000 likes before this match is over. We'd love to be able to spread the word even more so on this wonderful game. If you're having audio issues, just refresh the feed. We've been dealing with YouTube, messing with our jam. A little streak of small hands here, some walks, some raise and folds. It's a streaky game, like we've said many times.
What do you have? 5?
5.3 to 8.3.
Jason just got to figure out how to get the rest of it, and Mike Watson has to figure out how to get more value out of his huge hands.
Doesn't seem as though players are getting any information from the rail, and we are on I believe a 37-minute delay right now. They could be getting some information, but these guys both confident in their own game and perhaps not wanting to get distracted by some of the information they could be getting. Kevin, is there an advantage and also perhaps a disadvantage to getting extra information to process from the rail?
I don't think there's a disadvantage at all. Whenever I'm at a final table, I've only had one on stream, but getting any information is so valuable. Look at Jason Mercier here making a flush. I think that's the first one we've seen. Obviously, flushes are no good if that's true. The 100% is wrong.
Yeah, that is wrong.
And a pair of deuces is going to be the best hand.
Yeah, a little bit of a graphics glitch here, but yes, the flush indeed the worst hand here.
And I wonder if Watson is going to make the hero call with deuces. We saw him call earlier with fours and be wrong. Deuces is such a good hand to call with. It was a limp pot, and he's just going to pay it off.
You have a flush.
I think I have a flush has been called.
Mercier does have a flush, a very strong-looking flush, but
yeah, a 10-5, but all diamonds, no good. You want to make the worst possible hand. Straights and flushes count against you.
Flush is bad, right?
Bad. Really bad.
Just making sure. I was like, maybe I should have tabled it.
Mike Watson going to the one-sleeve approach. I wonder what kind of effect this will have on his game.
Good for me. Bad for you.
He's probably just cold on his right side of his body. Getting closer now.
Yeah.
Watson up to 6 million.
Nice little pickup there from Watson, who goes by the nickname of Sir Watts, but of course he's known as the Mad Dog. It is a shame there's no barking from the rail. If some of his friends were there, we would have heard plenty of that.
It is a pretty quiet rail now that we lost the other 3 players.
Watson still the short stack. 40 to 30 big blinds right now, 10 big blind discrepancy. If this goes into the next level, we're going to really see quite a few shoves, I'm expecting.
I think this is backwards, and I think Jason Mercier is figuring it out. The button should be in the other side, or the blind should be in the other side.
Or did you?
I'm not sure.
I don't know either.
Probably you. Probably was you because you have 2 up in front of you.
Who won the last pot? That was that's the walk, I think, from the last pot.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Yeah, you gave me a walk, so I think that's the ante.
Yes. Yeah. That sounds
So I think that goes back to me.
I mean, all signs
sure.
pointed to being yours, so
Yeah,
I
think so
pretty
too.
safe bet.
Okay, so yeah, the button is right.
Yeah.
5.9.
But Jason just put out the ante from the last hand being a walk.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I had exactly 6 million last hand, so that sounds right.
Queen Jack 10 for Mercier. We know that the average winning hand is a jack. Does that change at all in heads-up play?
I'm sure it does, because if you think about it, the more hands that get dealt out, the more likely it is someone is going to make a good hand. When you get to heads up, I really have not studied heads up, no limit single draw at all.
You haven't?
But
Come on, Kevin, don't let me down like that.
These guys have been making some hands, but a lot of the times you see people calling down with pairs, or with queens, or kings sometimes. It's a very intricate game the shorter handed it gets.
Raise 450,000.
Sorry.
The last time Mercier was heads up for a bracelet was in 2016. That was the summer where he made that prop bet. The 10K Raz almost got him to win 3 in 1 year.
Yeah, lost heads up.
Lost heads up to Ray D, Ray Decardani.
Watson with a real hand, Mercier with another King Jack 8-5-5, limping the button, understanding there's a lot of dead money out there, but not really a hand you want to go to battle with. Watson raising and taking it down.
By the way, looking back on that 2016 summer, it was actually crazier than what I just said. First, he won the 10K no limit single draw, beating Mike Watson heads up. Then he finished second in the 10K RAS. Then he won the 10K horse. This is all within 6 days, by the way. And then he made the final table of the 10K 08, and that's where he finished in 8th place. That's when the buyout happened. So that was an insane streak. Jason Mercier going basically 10 days, winning 2 bracelets, getting second and 8th in such a short period of time.
My first WSOP cash was in 2016. Can you guess what event it was in?
Your first WSP catch was in 2016?
Yeah. And I'm not including the daily deep stacks because I grinded those hard back in 2016.
I'm just going to say that this event, the $1,500 no limit deuce.
No, it was a no limit event.
Oh, I thought you meant.
I did not play mixed games back then.
So was it the main event?
No, that was my second.
Well,
that was my second WSOP cash. I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was the Millionaire Maker.
Oh, okay.
That was my first ever WSOP cash. I finished like 60th or something.
That is a very deep run.
Yeah. Haven't been able to replicate it yet. Jason Mercier with the blockers here, 8885 against the button open from Mike Watson. Raising it up, 3-betting it, taking it down, back over 8 million now.
Play to a winner.
It said no breaks.
No breaks.
That means no breaks for us either.
So I've known Jason for a very long time and have become very friendly with him. I know that he just wants to play long sessions. That is his thing.
Yeah, it sounds like
well,
it.
you have to.
Even when he used to grind all the tournaments, he would bust tournaments, wouldn't find anything else to play, go straight to the cash games on little sleep, operate for 60 days straight in the summer. It's pretty insane.
Yeah, that's what the summer grind is. The true grinders know. There is no sleep, there is no days off, there is no rest. And I've been feeling it this summer. I go straight from here when I don't make day 2 directly to resorts to play cash. Play cash until 5 or 6 in the morning and back for the 2 o'clock tournament the next day. It looks like Mercier raised the button, Watson called and draw 2, and then Mercier makes a king, and Watson makes a jack 8.
That's good.
If you're just tuning in, history about to be made. Either Mercier is going to win his 6th bracelet or Mike Watson is going to get his 1st. Jason Mercier has not won a bracelet since 2016, has not played many events since 2018. Father of 2 now. Doesn't grind the full schedule like he used to. Oh, look at that. Almost 2,000 likes on the video. That is awesome to see. Thank you all so much for tuning in.
Very cool.
I've referenced the upcoming schedule quite a few times, but it's probably good to remind everyone that tomorrow we have the final table of the PLO Hold'em split event. Then we have the 10K no limit deuce to 7 single draw, which is the big brother of this event. And then on Saturday we'll have the ladies event final table.
They got so many entries in the ladies event today, along with the Super Turbo, that they made everything 10-handed.
Wow. And I heard there was a 2-hour registration line.
Yeah.
Just to get into the tournament.
Quite insane. I'm glad I slept here last night instead of having to drive in through all the traffic. Jason Mercier once again making making a jack from a draw and leading out of position against Mike Watson. Mike Watson with a pure bluff catcher, king queen.
The 1K Turbo Bounty started with 2,800 players, already down to 800.
Yeah. And for everyone you knock out, it's $300, right?
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
It's a good little event.
I think in the future they're probably going to run more mystery bounties because of how hyped those are. How cool it is to win $1 million from pulling a number out of a box.
Yeah.
But this one's also really cool.
I just noticed.
800 left, playing down to a winner tonight.
Raise 450,000.
Raise and take it from Mercier on the button. Players kind of hovering around where they've been for the last little bit of time. There's not really too many swings going on after the attempted value bet from Watson and the call with the better hand from Mercier.
Mercier does seem more locked in now that he has the chip lead. Probably feels as though that bracelet is within striking distance.
I've been three-handed with this kid 4 times. He is. I've won the first 3. This is the 4th. So.
Raise 400,000.
It's funny, Mercier calling Watson a kid. These guys all started playing poker when they were 21, when they were still kids.
2, 1.
Watson deciding to min raise here and then draw 1 to the queen 10 instead of drawing 2 to the 10-7. And Mercier makes another jack 9 out of position, decides to check this one. Watson makes the worst card he can catch, pairing his queen. Has to bet this one, and I'm pretty sure Jason's just going to snap call. Couldn't even finish the sentence.
No, he could not even say it. Things are trending into the direction of the American, and as referenced by Jason himself and Mike as well at this final table, they've been in this situation plenty of times before, battling at the same final table. The last time, and the most notable one, was in 2016 in the 10K variant of this game. And Jason Mercier back then came out on top as well. Mike Watson still looking for his first World Series of Poker bracelet.
We saw Watson shove for 25 big blinds pre-draw earlier. He's down to 21 now. I wonder if he's going to ramp up the aggression.
Mercier with a 2-card draw here, but it is 6-4 deuce, so could see him get involved here. The deuce blocker also helpful.
Okay.
Watson.
I think Watson's going to go all in, just like we talked about.
Made 10-9. The question is, at what point are you going to start? He goes all in. At what point are you going to start calling shoves with a 2-card draw?
I don't think you are. I really don't think, because I mean it's just not worth it. Your equity is so bad.
How short does Watson have to be?
I can't even wager a number. I don't even know. 3 big blinds, 5 big
okay,
blinds.
So it's like,
who knows?
It's like a no-go, total no-go.
Yeah, it's like single digit. Like, all right, we're basically going to get this all in, you know, before looking at our cards, and then we'll decide who wins.
So then, are you saying that Watson should always raise smaller with a made hand?
I think he gets paid a lot more. He makes a lot more chips if he 3-bets and then plays post. But maybe he just wants to put all his chips to work and take the pot down right then and there.
Oh wow! Mercier has a made 10-7. Watson drawing to a 10-8. Potential disaster brewing here for the Canadian. Watson out of position. Watson in position.
Yeah, he just limped the button. A 3.5x raise from Jason Mercier.
And of course, because he's in position, now he's got an interesting situation here, because if he does make his hand, he's going to have the worst hand.
Yeah, I always say the worst part about drawing dead is getting there.
Right.
We do not want to.
Oh,
no.
Wow. Mike Watson gets there.
How much value are we going to get as Jason Mercier? This could end. SPR is just over 2. SPR being stacked to pot ratio 1.7 in the middle, and Watson has 4 million. How much are we betting as Jason Mercier at this point?
Mercier deep in the tank here.
Call.
Oh, he checked.
He checked already.
And Watson bets.
That's going to be 1.7.
He must have checked really quickly. We missed that completely. Watson bets 1.7 million. Mercier snaps it off. And Mike Watson now left with just 2.2 million.
Wow. Mercier finds the check. And Watson bets full pot for value again and gets called by a 10-7. Last time beating his Jack-7 and this time beating his 10-8.
Mercier has been making hands here during heads-up play. Watson has also been making hands, but not at the right time.
Yeah, Mercier has a hammerlock on this now with Watson down to just 11 big blinds. I mean, Mercier probably just goes all in with this hand.
One card draw to a 10-8.
All in.
Mercier moves all in. Action on Mike Watson. He has a one-card draw.
One card draw to a 10-8. Fireworks, let's go.
Wow, we could see an all-in here. Just 11 big blinds for the Canadian, still in search of his first World Series of Poker gold bracelet. He is going to make the call. All right, a 10-8 versus a 10-8 draw. Both players are going to toss one card.
10-8 draw.
1.
Oh. Okay.
Fair fight here.
You want me to go first? Or
Watson
you
makes a
go
queen. Mercier makes a
Oh.
10-8, and it is
50-50
all
is
over.
I went.
It is all over. Jason Mercier wins his first World Series of Poker bracelet in 2,568 days, as Mike Watson is once again denied.
I was just going to ask you for a loan.
How much you need, bro? How much you
Jason Mercier back in the winner's circle, as Mike Watson must be extremely deflated, seeing another chance slip out of his hands to win the gold here in Las Vegas. Jason Mercier collects $151,000 for his win in this event. Mike Watson cashes for $93,000. Wow, what a spectacular final table this was. And Mike Watson, dejected, walking off the stage. Of course, receives a nice payout, but it was all about that bracelet. Jason Mercier is going to be posing for the photos in just a minute here. Thank you all so much for tuning in. That was an incredible final table, and Jason Mercier once again shows that he is one of the best. Kevin Gerhardt was alongside me today for this final table coverage. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for joining us. On your way out the door, please smash that like button and subscribe to the channel. PokerGO is back tomorrow with the final table of the Hold'em PLO split final table. And we'll be back soon with more coverage from the 2023 World Series of Poker. Thanks all so much. We'll see you soon.